Siddhi ma'am, you are on mute, huh?
Yes, sir. I'll
Yeah.
unmute myself at the correct time.
We are live, sir.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Pages turn like autumn leaves. Words dance, the heart believes. In ink and thought, the soul is free. A world unfolds for you and me. A line, a verse, a fleeting thought with rhythm, rhyme, and meaning fraught. The pen is a brush, the page a stage, a tale for every passing age. Shelves of stories, old and new, each one holds a different hue. Open one and you will see a mirror of humanity. Through prose and verse, we wander far, beneath the moon or morning star. No ship or road could ever be as vast as books. They set us free.
Thank you so much, Parth, sir. Everyone, warm greetings of the day. Esteemed Dr. Anupam Nagar, the special guest for the session, equally esteemed Professor Prashant Sinha, the curator of the Literary Club, the representatives from our host institutions, Professor Ravisinh Zala from the Department of English, Saurashtra University, Rajkot, Dr. Nandkumar Shinde, Dr. Atul Patil sir from MIT ADT University, Pune, our respected panelists, session chairs, dear participants and students. I, Siddhi Lonka, along with my co-anchor Mr. Parth Joshi, take this opportunity to welcome you to national webinar on by the Literary Club in organization with LTI Pune chapter, Alumni Association of the Department of English and CLS Saurashtra University, and 2025, celebrating the occasion of Golden Jubilee, 50th session of
The
the
Literary
Literary
Club of Pune started in 2018 at LTIS Symbiosis Pune with a handful of English literature students and teachers under the mentorship of Professor Prashant Sinha's team. The mode of the meetings was switched to online during and past COVID. Over the years, the club has expanded across various states of India. The members of the club meet author or a literary theory. The sessions are free and open to any literary enthusiast, but the only criterion is to have quality speakers and rigorous discussion on the topic for about an hour.
We have completed this two-day webinar on the theme of revisiting English literature and literary theory. In the past 100 years brings together experts from various areas of English on 6 different areas of English studies such as poetry, fiction, drama, criticism or theory, English literature in translation, and literature and allied
A
areas.
contemporary author said, and I quote, "It is strange how we hold on to the pieces of the past while we wait for our futures." Unquote. The occasion of Golden Jubilee meeting is such as we await creating newer ones. Before we go further, we would like to share with you a short video depicting a few glimpses of the journey of the literary younger team of working committee members from Rajkot and Pune. I request Rutvi, Harvin, Shreya, Sanjana and Ayush to present the video of the journey of the literary club. Dear students, please.
As they would say, without any uh, special aid from the government or from the industry, English literature, or I should say literature, to flourish. So there is no reason for despair. You only have to think about hope.
In this course, you limit the meaning of the image by keeping the image implicities of meaning. So that's why in this he wanted the Westland to be an images epic.
Of literary works, a classical idea that poetry grants immortality to the poem. Time decays everything. Poetry transcends mortality.
Thank you, dear young volunteers. This day marks another milestone in the journey of the Literary Club because our long day today. This blog page that we are formally releasing today before our members and the academic fraternity has been designed with a lot of care and personalized touch and Ayush, who had been working on it for days.
The blog will serve as a repository by the Literary Club. Moreover, it also invites quality inputs from literary enthusiasts in the form of research articles, book reviews, poems, a chat box, and we request you to have a look at it by clicking on the link. I request our young members Shreya Gode and Harvind Popat to take us through a quick virtual tour of the blog.
Hello everyone. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Harvind who made this video about the glimpses of the literary club. He was helped by another member, Ritvisha. Now, because of this technology, that all of us are together. Every month in the sessions of the literary club, we have exchanged ideas in the verbal format. Today, we are here to share the news that our long-anticipated blog has finally come to manifestation. On the occasion of our 50th session, we will be releasing the blog for which the event.
Okay, so what is this blog all about? It is envisioned as a dynamic space dedicated to the world of literature. Teachers and dedicated research scholars, thought-provoking pieces from both postgraduate and undergraduate students, insightful articles, previous sessions, and of course, a platform for the wonderful creative pieces penned by our talented students. Looking ahead, articles and write-ups. Our aim is for it to be a constantly active platform, ensuring that literary connoisseurs and enthusiasts are early to read and engage with. We invite you all to explore it, immerse yourselves in the content, and as we like to say, get yourselves hooked participation in this new chapter for the Literary Club.
Thank you, Harvin and Shreya. We are indeed fortunate to have been graced in this inaugural session by the presence of the heads of the collaborating supported us in all our endeavors throughout these years in various ways. We acknowledge their perpetual support and express our gratitude to them. Thank you, wishes. On your behalf, I invite and request Dr. Nandkumar Shinde, sir, Head of the Department of English, MIT Edith University, to say a few words. Uh, Sir, just a second. I think I've gotten muted.
Yeah.
Ruthvi, could you please?
Thank you,
Thank
Siddhi
you
ma'am.
so much, sir.
Dear all, warm greetings of the day and a very happy morning to all present here. I am Dr. Nandkumar Shinde, Head of the Department, School of Humanities, MIT Edith University, Vision of the Literary Club's Golden Jubilee Session. The Literary Club has been a haven for English literature and language lovers across India, as it has been organizing enlightening sessions for students, research scholars, and academicians alike. MIT School of Humanities, MIT Edith University is proud to have collaborated on various occasions, and we have witnessed that our students have been immensely benefited from these sessions. This very important platform has been growing in numbers for the past few years, and we have had a number of eminent speakers deliver their sessions on topics related to English literature and literary theory month after month since 2018. The club has also organized recitation events, workshops, and panel discussions which have greatly enriched the academic discourse. I take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Prashant Sinha, mentor of the Literary Club, for bringing us all together and creating a community of like-minded individuals. I equally congratulate the organizing team, including students, volunteers, who have been working tirelessly behind the scenes to organize these meetings. Now, with the addition of the blog, the club has created another opportunity for literature enthusiasts all across India to express themselves and share their knowledge. On behalf of School of Humanities, Art, Design, and Technology University, I wish all the best to the club for the future journey, and I'm eagerly looking forward to the intellectual fest we have in store for us today. We will be listening to speakers such as Dr. Vijay Madge, Dr. Sanjay Mukherjee, Dr. Kamal Mehta, Dr. Kalpana Vandrekar, Dr. Bandana Ghosh, Dr. Jaya Chakraborty, Mr. Madhurita Chaudhary, Dr. Shamik Malla, across 6 different panels on poetry, drama, fiction, Indian literature in translation, literary theory, and allied disciplines. The theme of this webinar, Revisiting English Literature and Literary Theory in the Past 100 Years, aims to orient the audience on literary happenings of the past century. I am sure the speakers will be imparting a treasure trove of knowledge to our eager audience. I sincerely thank Literary Club, LTI Pune chapter, and Alumni Association of the Department of English and CLS Saurashtra University for giving me this opportunity to address the audience on this August occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your words of encouragement, Dr. Shinde. In the line, I invite Professor Ravisinh Zala, Head Department of English and Comparative Literary Studies, Saurashtra University, Rajkot, and the President of the Alumni Association of the department to grace the occasion with a few words. Please, sir.
Very good morning to all who have joined virtually. And I am so glad to be part of the 50th session meet of a very collaborative participation all through these years since 2018. So congratulations to the organizing team, respected Professor Prashant Sinha sir, Dr. Nandkumar ji, Dr. Atul Patil ji, all the young minds who have been part of this organization and made this virtual platform a reality. As from Alumni Association of Department of English, Rajkot, we have Parth, Purvi and Harvin here, particularly for this 58th event, who have been working all since as I see in the technical as well as the academical aspects. Um, Dr. Shreya, Sanjana, and Siddhi, who have also been contributing and always have remained in contact. And it is all due Professor Sinha, who is the mentor, and he's probably being with us in the department since long. Dr. Being a teacher of our senior professor, Professor Mehta, and this has worked out to club, the literary club Pune chapter and ELTI Pune chapter, as well as MIT Art Design and Technology University Pune today to host an event in collaboration with Alumni Association of English Department. And I cherish it, and I'm so glad that I'm here on the inaugural session where the launching of the blog has just taken place. So it's a great feat and achievement that we are into the 50th session, and with an event where um, it would be a national webinar on revisiting English literature and literary theory in the past 100 years, and considering all the different genres to take a scope of historically as well as literary aspects that will be discussed by eminent speakers, including Professor Sinha, where I am sharing the session. So I thank and acknowledge the endeavor of the team, the organizing committee, and particularly the literary club, which has what is commendable is the consistency. At times, the organization institutions come up, but consistently since 2018 onwards, now we are in 2015, to carry on, and this is the 50th. It speaks a lot of the foregrounding that must have gone into and mentoring of the senior professors as Professor Sinha, as well as Professor Mehta, Professor Mukherjee, who was still last year the president of Alumni Association of our department. So I congratulate the organizing team, and I also wish that this particular national webinar also would be fruitful with all the deliberations that we have all through the sessions. Thanks to the organizing team once again, particularly Parth and Siddhiji, and my pranams to Professor Sinha, whom I can see virtually, meet virtually today after a long. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your kind words, sir. We are blessed today by the esteemed presence of Dr. Anupam Nagar as our special guest. Dr. Nagar is the principal of Gurukul Mahila Arts and Commerce College, Porbandar, Gujarat, with over 33 years of academic and administrative experience. He holds an MA and PhD in English, with his doctoral research focused on mysticism in Tagore's poetry. Incidentally, today happens to be Tagore's birthday. Sir has taught and served in leadership roles at several reputed institutions across Gujarat and the Northeast, including Hemchandracharya North Gujarat University and Rajkot, Porbandar, and Nagaland colleges. Dr. Nagar has delivered expert lectures across theory and on research methodology. He has also guided multiple MPhil and PhD scholars in areas like comparative literature, diaspora. Sir, we thank you for your kind presence, and we invite you to bless us with your words.
Thank you very much, Parth. Namaste, everybody. Respected scholars, esteemed guests, and dear participants. Good morning. It is indeed a matter of great joy in our revisiting English literature and literary theory in the past 100 years. My heartfelt thanks to the Literary Club and our esteemed collaborators, ELTI Pune Chapter University, and the School of Humanities, MIT, ADT University, Pune for this significant initiative. This day carries a special resonance as 7th May marks the birth whose poetic spirit and humanistic vision transcends time and geography. As we begin our deliberations today, let us remember his words. The highest education is that which harmony with all existence. Indeed, in the spirit of diverse thought, this platform becomes more than a webinar. It becomes a space for reflection, connection, and intellectual awakening. Honored alongside Professor Prashant Sinha, Professor Vijay Magre, Professor Kalpana, Professor Zala, Professor Mehta, who believe is one of the speakers, Professor Sanjay Mukherjee, scholars who shaped and influenced our economy. Their presence today brings with it not just scholarship but cherished continuity. The establishment of the Literary Club deserves special appreciation. It gives students, scholars, and teachers a bridge between the past and the present. I have been allotted 10 minutes for making a small presentation by Professor Sinha. I would commence with sharing.
Yes, sir.
As you will see, I hope the slide is visible.
Yes, sir, it is visible. If you could just magnify it a bit. Yes, sir. Clear now. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, as you would see that there is a chart which has 3 columns, Western literary and the key comparative insight. As we talk about literary theory in the last 100 years, this is a comparative framework which has been visualized spirit, and I've prepared a write-up, so I'll read out and also draw your attention from time to time. As we reflect on a century of literary theory, I invite you to journey with me not only across time but across traditions. For while the West has offered us a dazzling array of critical lenses, formalism, structuralism, deconstruction, feminism, post-colonialism, the East too has quietly nurtured a wisdom that is literary, ethical, and cosmic. Let us explore together 6 points of dialogue where Eastern thought meets, mirrors, or meaningfully departs from Western theory. The first that you would see, sir, in the slide, I'm trying to draw parallels between Derrida and Tagore, deconstruction versus transcendence. You would see in the column that Tagore's harmony, the idea of harmony, coexistence of opposites, there's an emotional synthesis where Derrida dismantles, Tagore dissolves. Derrida taught us to question binaries, to deconstruct presence and absence, center and margin. Yet decades earlier, Tagore had already embodied this through characters like Bimla and Nikhil and the home and the world, who live in paradox, not as crisis, but necessary truths. Where Derrida dismantles, Tagore dissolves, gently, poetically, spiritually. In Bimla's torn loyalties between nation and love, self and other, we don't find disintegration, but a deeper unity waiting to be unveiled. Let's move to the second, wherein parallels are drawn between baths and the idea of rishi that we have in the Indian intellectual tradition. Rolla Baths and the rishi, who is the author. The Western literary theory, as you would see in the slide,
you have that famous pronouncement being made by Rolla Barthes, the author is dead. The reader constructs the meaning, not the author. The Eastern Indic Tagorian perspective is that the author is, in fact, a seer, a Kavi Rishi, the one who channels the eternal truth, not originator. The comparative insight that we draw is that East crystallizes while the West deconstructs. Rolla Barthes declares the author is dead, but in Indic aesthetics, the author was never merely alive. He was a rishi, a seer. The Natya Shastra opens not with the ego of an author, but with divine inspiration. Brahma creating drama for the world's betterment. Tagore, like Valmiki composing the Ramayana after witnessing the grief of a hunted bird, writes not to control meaning, but to channel it. In the West, the author dies to liberate meaning. In the East, he surrenders to a higher one. Having spoken about Derrida and Tagore, Rolla Barthes and the Rishi, let's move to the third, eco-criticism and the concept of Rita. As you would note again in the slide, where reading nature is also a cultural political text. In the Eastern, from the Eastern perspective, Rita and this magnum opus by Tagore, Gitanjali, you would find that nature is seen as a cosmic rhythm and a sacred law. The takeaways in terms of comparative insights is that eco-criticism emerges from crisis while Rita begins in reverence. Eco-criticism today urges us to see nature as text, as agency. But in Vedic thought, nature is not other. It is Rita, the rhythm of cosmic order. In Gitanjali, Tagore writes, the morning sea of silence broken to ripples of bird songs. This is not personification, this is presence. Where Western theories like Timothy Morton speak of the mesh of life, Indic thought has long seen all existence as interconnected breath. Let's move to the fourth. Marxism, wherein the key terms are class struggle, material power and structures. While the Eastern perspective, we talk of Upanishadic ethics and Tagore, inner bondage, ego, greed, false nationalism, and the takeaways in terms of the key comparative insight, outer revolution versus inner awakening. Marxist theory teaches us to expose structures of class and capital. But Tagore, echoing the Upanishads, reveals subtle forms of bondage. In the post office, Amal's yearning for the king's letter is not class revolt, it is spiritual awakening. While Marx sees revolution in the street, Tagore seeks it in the human spirit, echoing the Isha Upanishad. All this is for the habitation of the Lord, whatsoever is individual in the universe. Moving to the fifth Western literary theory idea, the idea of the post-colonial theory, wherein we are talking of the reclamation of the identity, resistance to empire. From the Eastern perspective, we talk in terms of Vishwa Sahitya or world literature. Transcendence beyond nationalism towards humanism. The key comparative insight being resistance with compassion, not vengeance. Post-colonial theory rightly challenges the scars of empire. Think of Edward Said's critique of Orientalism. Yet Tagore cautioned that nationalism itself could become a great menace. In Nationalism 1917, he writes, India has never had a real sense of nationalism. His Vishwa Sahitya, world literature, prefigures the very cosmopolitanism that post-colonial scholars like Homi Bhabha advocate. He doesn't just critique the West, he completes it. And finally, the sixth, where in contemporary times, postmodern times, we're talking of digital humanities, tech-based analysis, pattern recognition. We have the Eastern perspective of Natya Shastra, the Chandas, the Rasa, the ancient algorithms of art and aesthetics. And the key comparative insight being ancient systems were early into what we should refer as intuitive coding. Today, we analyze literature using stylometry, data mining, and corpus analysis. But wasn't this spirit already alive in the Natya Shastra, which codifies 8 basic rasas, 33 transitory states, and over 500 gestures in Abhinaya? The mudras of classical dance conveyed layered emotion with mathematical precision, where every tilt of the head is a semiotic event. The East did not wait for digital tools to see patterns. It lived them through embodied cognition and sacred geometry. The last 2 lines that we have in the slide, where Western theory critiques to analyze, Eastern wisdom reflects to transcend. Let us read not only with our intellect, but with our insight. Literary theory in the last 100 years has taught us how to read. Tagore teaches us how to feel, to liberate, to awaken. Let us not divide East and West as binaries to be deconstructed, but as companions in a greater journey. A journey where critique meets compassion and scholarship meets soul. Let us create not just readers of theory, but thinkers without fear. As Tagore says in the very first line of his most famous poem, where the mind is without fear and the head is held high. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you so much, sir. What a magnificent use of your 10 minutes. You have definitely given us a hearty food for thought. Thank you so much for that. It is time now to hear from our master, the curator of the literary club, Professor Prashant Sinha. He had seen this club growing from its infancy to the shape it has gained today. I invite Professor Sinha to a mentor to all of us present here, to express his feelings on this occasion. Please, sir.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Shinde, Professor Zala, Dr. Nagar, and all the brilliant young organizers, very young, and very, very young organizers who have made me so proud. The presentations have been brilliant, and the anchors have made me feel both superficial and inferior, but also full of hope. There is no doubt they have displayed all the brilliance that they could have learned from people other than me. But as we agree with Tennyson, the old order changeth, yielding place to the new. At the same time, on the Golden Jubilee, may I misquote John Donne, gold to airy thinness beat. So obviously, the gold is there, but there's also an airy thinness. As we all know, Shakespeare's famous lines are, age cannot wither, nor custom stale the infinite variety, I should say, of literary studies. The 7 years also are important in one sense. Dr. Johnson completed 7 years Dr. Johnson took 7 years to write his famous dictionary. And at the end of the work, when the Earl of Chesterfield, who had earlier turned him down, tried to patronize him, he referred to 7 years have passed, my lord, since I waited in outward rooms, was turned away. But here, the 7 years have been very, very fruitful. To begin, I should first of all thank our guest speakers, Dr. Shinde. I didn't realize that my former students have come so far and they use the language so well. Professor Zala, who in a sense is, shall I say, a student's student. I believe Professor Zala wrote his PhD thesis under Professor Mehta, who was my MA student, and he was so graceful, and he said so many nice things about us. And of course, Dr. Nagar made a superb presentation. He made a valuable presentation. Before I heard Dr. Nagar's talk. I knew about the area through the book by Professor Mohit Ray. But Professor Mohit Ray used Roman scripts for the original Sanskrit terms, which made my job very, very difficult. But today, since Dr. Nagar has the advantage of a quarter of a century, he has given us a more comprehensive account. I do want to add, though, that in a sense it was a slightly unfair comparison. You see, because the contemporary uh, theory in the West is not enamored of what came earlier, except some. In contrast, Tagore has a very big advantage of drawing strength and inspiration from the entire Eastern tradition. So I just wanted to mention that if we are willing to go slightly earlier, we have been Thoreau and R.W. Emerson in the entire transcendentalist movement, or at least the bulk of it. They attempt to combine the wisdom of the East with that of the West. Thoreau said that he would like to bathe in the wisdom of Gita, uh, of which there is no equal in human imagination. Emerson wrote his famous poem Brahma, where he talked about Brahma himself embodying the slayer, the destroyer, and the preserver. And let's also not forget that Goethe, a little before these people, talked of world literature. Tagore also had a close parallel with the Romantics. If I am not mistaken, Tagore was an avid student of Shelley, Wordsworth, Coleridge, and so on. And the Romantics, in many ways, glorified the wisdom of the East. So Dr. Nagar gave us a superb presentation, but I did want, in some ways, to make it clear that if we go beyond the last 100 years, we do have another realm that opens up, and that shows that the West was aware of the wisdom of the East, at least since the beginning of the Romantic movement. Now, to get back to the journey of the club, it was initially a local group started by a small band of pioneers, two from Eltis, Dr. Archana Bhagwat and Dr. Varsha Ghate, then my own humble self, Prashant Sinha, uh, Manju Nair, who worked for Times of India and Indian Express and had studied English literature both in India and England, Dr. Kalpana Vandrekar, who could also straddle two worlds, the world of uh, India and the world of the West, because she is as uh, conversant with Indian literature as she is with Western literature. And Ms. Pratima Agnihotri, who addressed the first 3-4 meetings. In fact, she was always there with the presentation. So we were the pioneers in the attempt to, shall I say, continue the study of English literature. English literature and literature in English, and in fact, entire non-Indian literature had faced assault from various quarters. Part of the assault was directed against all literary studies, but I will try not to distinguish it. The assault came partly from the nativists, who felt that we should study nothing but Indian literature. Indophiles, who felt that doing anything that was not Indian was not being nationalistic. Those who believed in utility, because let's not forget that it was a local group, and Pune, Bombay area is the hub of industries in Western India. It was. Now, thanks to what has happened in Gujarat, it's no longer the case. Ahmedabad is perhaps taking over, or has already taken over. Now, these people, as parts of the industrial culture, felt that we should study only what is useful, what leads to practical utility. Of course, the entire question of utility is something that we have to disagree on. The benefits of literary studies, of the knowledge of history, or the knowledge of philosophy may not come to us immediately, but they give us the kind of wisdom that simply the study of technology, the study of computers uh, doesn't give us. Then there were enemies of higher and liberal education who felt that these deviate us from the single-minded pursuit of national development. And finally, those who believed in industry supporting universities and colleges. Unfortunately, this trend was started by our former Prime Minister. When Dr. Manmohan Singh was the chairman UGC, for a short period of 1 month, he did this damage by saying that the funding for the universities and colleges should come from the industry. The industry would support a department of MBA, would support a department of mechanical engineering. Why should it support a department of English literature? English departments were not hit very hard because they also had some kind of support insofar as the teaching of English language was concerned. But English literature, history, philosophy were not exactly what the industry believed in, what benefited the industry. Dr. Manmohan Singh did a fantastic job as the Finance Minister of India, but I think his month-long stay in UGC started this rot, I should say, of industries funding the universities and colleges. So in the light of all this, it was a brave endeavor, I should say, I'm not praising myself, to start a literary club. Unfortunately, at the University of Pune and the Pune City and Pune City colleges, all that I started before my retirement ended in vain. You see, the research club for PhD students, the All India Paper Reading Contest, the Association of English Teachers, they all came to end soon after I retired. And that was not the way things should have been. Of course, one of the former students of Professor Mehta was very, very nice, very, very kind. She said, through Professor Mehta, your legacy continues. So that way, Dr. Jadeja was wonderful. She said, my legacy hasn't ended. Through Professor Mehta, it runs and it lives and it continues. So the literary club was an endeavor, as it were, to start this pursuit of, to restart this pursuit of literary studies. We were helped by a number of people. Ms. Manjula Nair gave us publicity in the press. She was working for the Times of India and also Indian Express in succession, of course. And she gave us all the publicity we needed. Dr. Varsha Ghate provided the venue. See, we didn't initially have a venue, but her drawing room became some kind of the meeting place for the literary club. Then Dr. Kalpana Mandrekar offered to give her place. Unfortunately, we could not take it because she's slightly on the, I should say, away from the madding crowd. And so it would take a long time to reach her place. But however, soon we became a little too large to meet in individual houses. And then came the help from Mr. Shirish Shahasbude, whom we shall meet tomorrow at the valedictory. He was then the director of LTIS, and LTIS at that point was well feathered, was well funded, and had plenty of estate, shall I say, real estate. It had a multi-storied building. So I shouldn't say doctor, Mr. Sahasbude gave us, he still has to be doctored by Dr. Chindre, but let's not go into that. So Mr. Sahasbude gave us then a room in Symbiosis and provided us tea and biscuits in the hall. Once or twice, we also had snacks, as one of my former students and then a colleague who is now becoming a fairly well-known creative writer, Lina Chandorkar, said, there's a different joy in meeting in the hall, coming out of the hall and having tea and samosa together. Unfortunately, we can't have that. In fact, I had to drink my tea in the presence of the guests today, but I guess there was no way out. So we decided that we will now have some kind of a statement of aims and objectives. They were never written down. After all, we're studying English literature, and England doesn't have a written constitution, but we drew up a list of our aims and objectives, which I think I should uh, restate today. They were, all our discussion will be in the English language, and we shall read or analyze or even scrutinize major works either written in English or translated in English. Ephemeral or minor works will not occupy us, only because they are the creations of people we like or befriend. Quite often, in many book clubs or literary clubs, people push forward the works by their friends or their own works. We felt we would not do it. We'll only look at the works which have attained some kind of uh, recognition. We shall meet once in a month and prefer the interactive mode as much as possible. There will be no membership fees, and the club would be open to students, teachers, researchers, and all those who love literature. In 2020, the corona dealt us a major blow. As they say, man proposes and God disposes. But on the other hand, it also became a very, very important source of spreading out. Now we moved partly from Pune to Gujarat. There was this kind of westernization, shall I say, as we moved from near west to far west. And now we would have web meetings. Since 2020, we have had several web meetings. As they say in the English language, if fate gives you a lemon, make a lemonade out of it. So ultimately, it was uh, uh, a real gift in the garb of some kind of challenge. MIT joined our ranks, and thanks to Dr. Atul Patil, we had a substantial help from MIT. In fact, MIT helped us preserve the Pune base that was fast eroding. As I mentioned, unfortunately, uh, the people in the English by former department were not at all keen to have my shadow. They say, "Ghar ki murgi dal barabar." So maybe that was the case. But MIT gave us a base in Pune also. But ultimately, we are committed to the whole idea of maintaining the unity and integrity of India. And for that, it's important that we have our participants, speakers, chairpersons from all over India. Today, we could not have a lot of chairpersons from all over India, but we will soon reach that state. In fact, ultimately, we wanted to make it a South Asian affair, but thanks to Pahalgam, we cannot do it, and we would not do it now. Ms. Siddhi Lonkar has written a wonderful statement of the aims and objectives of the literary club. It's something that I would not in any way try to improve. Although I may have my limitations, I would not rush in where angels fear to tread. I will not attempt in any way to embellish it. Please do look at Dr. Not yet Dr. No? Ms. Siddhi Lonkar's statement that was given to Professor Anupam Nagar. I just like to state that around 2020, we were wondering to continue or not to continue was a question. And the question was partly answered by the response to our questionnaire. The questionnaire said that the majority of people wanted the literary club to continue, though not with their active participation. But now, with the input from MIT, input from Saurashtra University, input from the Alumni Association, there was a new lease of life. And I should say that now we are going to multiply and flourish and conquer new territories, not through force, but through the mind, through literature. Please turn to Ms. Siddhi Lonkar's excellent write-up for the last few years of the Literary Club. May I thank my younger colleagues, young, very young, and I should say very, very young colleagues, for at least giving me the opportunity of being in the continuous limelight and making me appear like the chief organizer, which I am not. All of them have done yeoman service. I don't. Unfortunately, we don't have a female word for yeoman. I cannot say your women's service, but it has been a wonderful job they have done. I'm very, very thankful to them. Thank you all. Let's hope that we will have a wonderful seminar.
Thank you very much, Sinha sir. Um, we also acknowledge the presence of Dr. Varsha Ghate, who was not very certain whether she would be able to join us because of her mother's health reasons, but she has finally been able to join us. Welcome, Varsha ma'am. And she's also been, like a fellow traveler and a mentor and a guide from Pune in all our endeavors. Ma'am, if you can hear us and respond, uh, we welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Parth. Yes, my joining and my being there was uncertain, and even today, I will try to be there as much as possible. My mom is still not keeping too well, and I'm kind of, in that phase of, my mind space is over there, and I can't really focus much, but I still want to hear all the experts, and I'm so glad that you have done such a wonderful job. I was not part of anything. I'm sorry about that. All the organization, all the write ups, everything. I'm sorry about that. I could not be a part of it. But I will try as much as possible to at least be part of this 2 days and listen to all the experts, all the dignitaries who will be speaking in the next sessions that follow. Thank you so much, Parth.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. As we now head towards the conclusion of this inaugural session and we head towards the core panel discussion sessions, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the esteemed guests, all the esteemed panelists, session chairs, the heads of our collaborating institutions, the participants, and the students for their support and for their presence in the inaugural session.
We wish you a stimulating intellectual treat throughout the panel discussion sessions with a healthy and meaningful interaction. So, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us for the inaugural session. Our speakers are here today. I think Sanjay Mukherjee sir is here. So, sir, shall we take a break for a couple of minutes and then we can start the sessions? Is that okay?
Yes, please. No problem at all.
Yeah, yeah.
Hello, Sinha sir.
Hello, Sanjay. How are you?
Yeah, fine, fine. So my voice is coming through.
Yeah.
And I don't know about my camera.
Your camera is visible along with your students. You are there along with your students.
Try again. So it is telling me that it may be because of my laptop is pretty old. It's saying Meet can't use your camera. Okay.
I need to grant it permission, sir. There will be.
No, I did everything. I mean, all the permission, this and that. Suddenly, this has been happening the last 2 times. I don't know. Please take a break. If Parth is there,
Yes.
I will just see if my slides are visible or not.
Sure, sir.
That's the only thing.
We can allow a 2 minutes break to the participants. Meanwhile, we can have a trial run of your slides.
Yeah, please.
I request all the participants to kindly join us. The meeting is on. You can take a 2 minutes break. We can all put off our videos
2 minutes.
and we can resume the session after 2 minutes. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Yes, sir. In case you want to have a trial run.
Yeah, so what is it?
Yes, I can see the first slide, sir.
Okay, is that fine?
Yes.
All right.
Very clear, very clear.
Thank you so much. So if I, what is it? If
Yeah, the slideshow is on.
no slideshow, I will. Okay. Uh,
The slide transition is also okay.
all right. Okay. So I think I'm set up, right?
All right, sir. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay then. Okay.
I think we also have Dr. Madge with us.
Yes, I think I saw him. Good morning, Dr. Madge.
Yes. So you're on mute. Kindly unmute yourself so that we can hear you. Yes, sir.
Yes. How are you, Dr. Mukherjee?
Sir, I'm good. Under the circumstances, I think we all should remain positive.
Yeah.
And it's good to see you. Although I mean, my camera is not working. No problem. I think you will recollect my face.
Oh yes, and you can see my unphotogenic face also.
Sir, it's such a pleasure to see all of you, all of you senior colleagues and scholars here.
Yes.
And in fact, I'll be again attending your session on poetry and the language of poetry.
Oh goodness. It's a great inspiration to talk.
I have very little on that aspect in my session because you are carrying on with that.
Yeah, no, we can. Let's not duplicate.
Yeah, right, sir.
Yeah.
Is the session anchor Rutvi Shah ready? I think she's gone for a break.
Yeah, let her join.
Yeah. Sinha sir is chairing the session. I think he's also taken a short break.
Are there some of our alumni?
Oh, yes, sir. Of course. We
University?
have, for example, Devanshi Joshi is here.
Okay.
Dipali Devani is here. Hardik Udeshi, Shweta Trivedi.
Okay.
Jeel Somaya. Kuldeep
right.
Mehta is here. Mahima Joshi is here. Nishita
Nice.
Jatania. Yeah. Rajesh
Yeah.
Dangal. So many of them.
Okay. Big hello and good morning to all of them and all of the viewers from Pune also.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Hardik. Good morning.
Yes, Ruksar, good morning. Yash
Ruksar is
Vadir,
also
good
there.
morning. Yeah.
Good morning, Kuldeep.
Good morning, sir, and everyone.
Oh, Dipali, good morning. Good morning, Shweta. Good morning, Zeel. Good morning, Mahima. Harvin. Harvin, I can see, yeah. Good morning, Harvin.
So we have kept intact this tradition that the speaker
Yes,
takes
good
along
morning,
his
Afroz.
little.
Good morning. Yeah. Yeah. So my presentation will be over with good morning, and it will be a very good morning then.
I'll just give a call to Rutvi. Should be able to begin now.
I am here, sir.
Okay.
Good
Oh,
morning,
okay,
Rutvi.
okay. um, is Sinasa back?
Yes, sir. I just saw him. I think he's back.
Okay. So are we good to go, Rutvi?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Streaming is on, right, Harvin?
Yes, sir.
All right. I think we are good to go. I request Rutvi Shah, the anchor of the session, to take over. Yes, Rutvi.
A very good morning, everyone. Esteemed curator of the Literary Club and the chairperson for the panel, Professor Prashant Sinha, respected panelists, Professor Vijay Madke and Professor Sanjay Mukherjee, and dear participants. I take this opportunity to welcome you all to the first session of the panel discussion at the national webinar on revisiting literature and literary theory in the past 100 years. Literature, at its inception, witnessed the establishment of poetry, drama, and narrative prose as the primary genres, which gradually seeped into becoming the cornerstone of the literary structures, and being constantly modified in terms of its language, subject matter, and framework, subgenres, making it dynamic over the time. The poetry of the earth is never dead. The poetry of the earth is ceasing never, as John Keats said, and so is poetry never ceasing when it comes to critical and analytical discussion, marking the theme of the first panel, poetry. The panel on poetry will be presided over by Professor Sanjay Mukherjee and Professor Vijay Madge, and the chairperson for the panel is Professor Prashant Sinha. We express our sincere gratitude to all the dignitaries for being a part of this panel. The chairperson, Professor Prashant Sinha, the former head of the Department of English, Pune University, is one of the senior most and leading scholars in India. Having completed his PhD from the University of Iowa, Sir has offered his services and added to the glory of our discipline for over more than 3.5 decades through teaching and research. After teaching at prestigious colleges and universities in India, Sir retired in 2004 at Pune University, not before 26 years of service. Sir's passion has kept burning even after, as he has continued teaching at several postgraduate centers in and outside Pune. He has, to his credit, 8 published books, more than 35 research articles, several UGC visiting fellowships, and membership of committees on English and the curriculum development. Professor Sinha is the lighthouse, the guiding force of the literary club, who inspires all of us. We are honored to have you as the chair, sir. Thank you so much. I would now like to invite Professor Sanjay Mukherjee, who is a professor in the Department of English and Comparative Literary Studies, Saurashtra University, Rajkot, with 27 years of postgraduate teaching and 21 years of research experience. He has edited 4 books and published 32 papers in various journals. Sir is currently the IQAC coordinator of Saurashtra University, Rajkot. He is a 2011 American SUSI Fellow at the University of Kentucky, Louisville, and a 2023 Erasmus Plus Fellow at Konstantin the Philosopher University, Nitra, Slovakia. He has won several awards for research excellence as well as for his poetry publications. It is indeed a privilege for us to have you with us, sir. We welcome you. The
Thank
title of
you.
the talk
Yeah, sorry.
The title of the talk is What is an Eco Poem? Some Musings. With this, I request you to take charge of the session, sir.
Thank you very much, Rutvi. Good morning once again to all of you on the web, wherever you are, especially in Pune and various places in Saurashtra and Rajkot. My sincere greetings to all seniors here, like Professor Sinha, Professor Madge. When I joined, I also saw my senior colleagues, Professor Mehta, Professor Zala, and to all of you, research scholars, students. May I know how much time do I have? 30 minutes, 35 minutes?
So you can take about 35 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it is 11:17 now. Okay, yeah. I will immediately begin. The title, tentative title, has been already announced. My thoughts about environmental literature, eco-criticism, began sometime around about 7-8 years ago. And in one of my papers, which was included in Professor Sinha and Professor Prabhanjan Mane's book, Interpretations of Literature, Theory and Practice, I had put a question that I had put there in that paper. That paper was titled Ecological Awareness in English Poetry, a working paper. And I thought very appropriately I had mentioned that as a working paper, because I was just about beginning to understand eco-criticism, environmental literature, literature responding to the environmental crisis. I had began that paper with a question, what is an eco-poem? So I will, in between, I will read a few paragraphs from that also. But, you know, the situation that we are today in is that precipitating crisis that human beings have brought on this only inhabitable planet right now that we have. Maybe we will discover other planets, planet B, planet C, but right now, this is the only place that we have. This crisis that we have brought upon ourselves, I have been thinking, although, for example, Rutvi quoted about the primordial presence and the longevity of poetry, for example. But in what way can literature intervene in any way about this crisis that we call the environmental crisis? It is primarily a crisis that is to be addressed in the very, very material sense by people of science and technology, people who can understand climate, for example, climatologists, people who understand the level of pollution, for example, people who understand how micromilligram of plastic is being ingested by human beings and other animals, and what are the ramifications of that, the people in medicine, for example. Among all these things, how does, I mean, if I can put in W.H. Auden's statement, does poetry make anything happen in against this scenario? And so, and especially then, what would a poem what can a poem in form and substance be called an eco poem? You know, so as a preliminary to that, very quickly, poem that has come from songs in the West, from mantras in our civilization, and associated with lyricism, musicality, rhyme, rhythm, and the distinct line length. For example, Terry Eagleton in How to Read a Poem has mentioned that about a very simple, simplistic definition of poetry, that it is a form of literature where only the poet knows where the line will end. In that sense, but so the poet must know how to end that line and then carry on, and or how to bunch the lines together into stanzas with spaces in between, and that would give on the page some kind of a form to a poem. And the form is also important, if I may talk about the crafting of the poem. If the poem is inspired by the muses, and therefore this musing, maybe then as Mary Oliver, and she is recognized as a very important poet who has thought a lot and written a lot on the environmental crisis. She is considered as an eco-poet, along with another poet who is still alive, Mary Oliver. We lost her recently. Gary Snyder, I think he is 94 or 95. I will bring in a few quotations from them. This is one from Mary Oliver. A poem requires a design, she says, a sense of orderliness. Part of our pleasure in the poem is that it is a well-made thing. Remember the well-wrought urn that Keats said, and then later on Cleance Brooks brought out a whole book on it. It gives pleasure through the authority and sweetness of language used in the way it is used. This is italicized by Mary Oliver. Language used in the way it is used. So critics can think about, is there a special language when it is an eco-poem? Is it very distinct? Is it a poet, a practicing eco-poet says, well, a language used in the way it is used. And even the poem is a description of unalleviated chaos. It is a gathering of words and phrases and patterns that have been considered, weighed, and selected. Now, this is the craft part of it. So if very simplistically, if we say that it is a kind of a spark, an inspiration, an idea that germinates inside a poet, then it has to be fleshed out into language and words, and the language and the words have to be arranged in a particular way, considered, weighed, selected, rejected, edited, and that would be the crafting of the poem. So she's aware that perhaps the poem was conceived in raw genius, but it was also drawn through the measured strings of the man-made harp of song. So once again reminding us how the origin of poetry might have been songs. As I read Mary Oliver, I have, because she's, as I said, also known as an eco-poet. Increasingly, she started writing on themes. I think many of us are familiar with her very famous poem, A Summer Day. I read one paragraph from her collection of essays called Upstream. And this begins with, and I quote, one tree is like another tree, but not too much. One tulip is like the next tulip, but not altogether. More or less like people. A general outline, then the stunning individual strokes. Hello, Tom. Hello, Andy. Hello, Archibald, Violet, and Clarissa Bluebell. Hello, Lillian Willow and Noah. The oak tree that I have hugged and kissed every first day of spring for the last 30 years. and in reply its thousands of leaves tremble. What a life is ours. Doesn't anybody in the world anymore want to get up in the middle of the night and sing? In the beginning, I was so young and such a stranger to myself, I hardly existed. I had to go out into the world and see it and hear it and react to it before I knew at all who I was, what I wanted to be. Wordsworth studied himself and found the subject astonishing. Actually, what he studied was his relationship to the harmonies and also the discords of the natural world. That's what created the excitement. I walk all day across the heaven-verging field. And whoever thinks these are worthy, breathy words I am writing down is kind. Writing is neither vibrant life nor docile artifact, but a text that would put all its money on the hope of suggestion. Come with me into the field of sunflowers is a better line than anything you will find here. And the sunflowers themselves far more wonderful than any words about them. I unquote. Now this is the problem. This is the thing, that how in fact do we know the sunflowers as sunflowers? How do we know the thing in itself as Heidegger also pondered over? And then how do we shape language into making a poem, and then making a poem that is aware about our present day environmental crisis? When did this crisis begin? Often we use the term Anthropocene. When did Anthropocene begin? Again, there is a debate that is going on about that. Some people say it is the beginning of industrialization somewhere. If I'm not mistaken, the first industrial fair was held in 1850 or 1851. The industrial fair was held because industries by then had a very, very significant presence, and therefore it could be thought of organizing an industrial fair. So we can take it 50 years back, or we can take it roughly to around when William Blake was writing the Chimney Sweeper poems, for example. So that is one kind of beginning, and the other one, the Anthropocene eco-critics, environmental theorists would say that the other one is the dropping of the atomic bomb, which finally, irreversibly, conclusively proved that human beings are capable of destroying not the so-called quote-unquote enemy, but everyone, all human beings on earth. So this is, my problem has been that what constitutes then, what kind of language, what kind of structure, what kind of thought and theme constitutes what we can call as eco-poetry. As a preliminary, we can think of a few other things that we associate with poetry. Wordsworth's definition is there, the spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings. We can also remember Valmiki's spontaneous utterance, Ma nishad pratishtham tvam agama shashwati sama, and when he witnessed, he and I think Rishi Bhardwaj, they were by the river, and he witnessed a hunter shoot an arrow and kill one of a pair of cranes. And then he instantly uttered these lines. And this is supposed to be the first poetic line of Sanskrit. And it was later on, then it was found that it had a meter, the Anushtubh Chand, a metrical stanza, 4 lines, that is each line or pad containing 8 syllables. So already there is this spontaneity and arrangement. The outcome is then crafted in. This is what I wish to put before you. Emotional quotient, versification, figurative language, about poetic language. Professor Madge would be taking a session, and about experimentation and how poems then become what is the poetic in poems. If we look at it as two main branches, so as I said, if you look at a sonnet, a haiku, a ghazal, a limerick, a villanelle, you know it by its form. And then there are, for example, elegy, although I'm putting it under a theme, but it has elegiac meter. It has it is a very, very, very distinct hexa and pentameter dactylic. Conventionally, elegy was written in elegiac meter, so it is also structured. Or epic, the structure of the epic is its length, so on and so forth. And so I'm looking at these two things, that often poems are on the basis of its form. Of course, the content is there, but immediately we recognize it as a kind of that kind of a formal poem, and then of course theme or ideas that the poem contains. And why eco poem then? And it is, again, as I mentioned it before, that poetry and literature has always responded to human reality, and therefore there are now writers in our Indian writing in English. Amitav Ghosh is a very strong writer who has been putting forth problems that we are facing because of climate change, because of over-exploitation of resources, and so on. And he looks at it from a historical perspective, from the colonial perspective. And so he has been reminding us about these crises. This is Richard Kerridge talking about what eco-critics do. And this is where, again, a global ecological crisis is mentioned, and how eco-critics respond to the very concept of nature. And in order to understand the human working on nature, which is culture. Since I just mentioned, for example, that many of the things are, this is when I say when we talk about man-made problem, I really emphasize on the word man, because historically, men have been the spoilers of nature, whether it is through war, whether it is through some kind of rivalry between two communities. And this is a poem much before industrialization, which is a poem by Italian Renaissance woman writer, woman poet. And so, I mean, I put this in order to say, well, if Renaissance meant the names of great men, there were women in this entire cultural flowering of Europe. And this is a poem, a part of a poem by Vittoria Colonna, and where it is mentioned about her. She talks in first person about her father and her husband, both of whom she lost in wars. So she writes, "You men driven by rage, considering nothing but your honor, commonly go off shouting with great fury to confront danger. We remain with fear in our heart and grief on our brow for you. Sister longs for brother, wife for husband, mother for son." So that is why I've titled it as a kind of a man-made crisis foretold We often say that the Renaissance is the early modern period. So all the modern problems microscopically either was there or was foreseen by many of the writers then. And this is a very interesting observation that Raymond Williams makes, talking about nature and culture. I read a little bit from, as I said, the essay that was included in Professor Sinha and Professor Prabhanjan Mane's book. The obverse of nature is not, however, precipitated by technology alone, especially where art is concerned. As a brilliant observation, Raymond Williams notes that only 2 English words rhyme with culture, and these, as it happens, are sepulture and vulture. Now, you will note the spelling of the word sepulture, that's an archaic spelling. The more modern spelling would be the one that I have put it below in the slide. Indeed, so this is the quotation from Raymond Williams, and I unquote, indeed, there is something anesthetizing about everything aesthetic. Everything aesthetic is almost anesthetizing. And poetry, at once one of the most primordial and stylized of arts, has been also accused of deadening the captured frieze of reality or nature within the sophistry of its medium, or altogether neglecting nature qua nature in its endeavor to present a beautiful version of it. And therefore, eco-critics have often then criticized all the romantic poets who have aestheticized nature. And so the problem has been that in doing so, what happens is that the art form takes precedence over the real natural problem. Okay, this is from poetryfoundation.org. There is a very useful definition or description about an eco-poem, which is that an eco-poem needs to be environmental and it needs to be environmentalist. By environmental, I mean that Choctaw says, I mean first that an eco-poem needs to be about the non-human natural world, wholly or partly, in some way or other, but really, and not just figuratively, really. In other words, an eco-poem is a kind of nature poem, but an eco-poem needs more than the vocabulary of nature. More than the vocabulary of nature. So this is where the problem, when Mary Oliver, as I quoted, she says that the sunflowers themselves are far more wonderful than any words about them, then again, when you represent a field of sunflowers, are you interested in making your name as a poet describing the sunflowers, or are you also worried about that this field of sunflowers might be sprayed with DDT and it is poisoning the field? So this is another problem that I see. I have felt that a poem by Elizabeth Barrett Browning, written again in the 6th decade of the 19th century, is quite in a balanced manner, both environmental and with a consciousness of an environmentalist. So here is what I found, a poem. It is a longish poem. So basically, I will not read the whole poem. It talks about this god of the woods, Pan, and how Pan plucks a reed from the river, makes a flute of it, and the consequence of that natural thing converted into a cultural thing. So very ironically, there is a very ironical undertone in the poem. He cut it short did the great god Pan, how tall it stood in the river, then drew the pit like the heart of a man steadily from the outside ring, and notched the poor dry empty thing in holes as he sate by the river. This is the way, laughed the great god Pan, laughed while he sate by the river, the only way since gods began to make sweet music they could succeed. Then, dropping his mouth to a hole in the reed, he blew in power by the river. And then what happens to that? And the poem ends with, yet half a beast is the great god Pan, to laugh as he sits by the river, making a poet out of a man. The true gods sigh for the cost and pain, for the reed which grows nevermore again, as a reed with the reeds in the river. So, this is from our modern poets. I felt that this very famous poem by Stephen Spender is very, very aware of how an English countryside is vanishing under modernization, under modern things, and how, for example, village by village is getting electrified, and the landscape of the village changes with tall electrical towers and the black lines crisscrossing the natural landscape. This is early 20th century, second decade poem, The Pylons. And then I come to two modern eco poems. For example, these two short poems. And both of them are in a kind of a contrast. Wallace Stevens is very much aware that when a man-made thing is put in the wilderness, look how the wilderness is shown, slovenly wilderness, okay? And this man-made thing tries to conquer the wilderness. It took dominion everywhere, and it was nothing like Tennessee, nothing else in Tennessee. But it did not give off bird or bush. Okay? It had nothing to do with the organic, the natural. And juxtaposed by it, there is a poem by A.R. Ammons called Rapids. And I'll read that. False leaves are redder than spring's flowers, have no pollen, and also sometimes fly as the wind schools them out or down in shoals or droves. Though I have not been here long, I can look up at the sky at night and tell how things are likely to go for the next 100 million years. The universe will probably not find a way to vanish, nor I in all that time reappear. So this is how, very strangely, this thought that is captured in these two very short poems is in a long essay by Jean-Paul Sartre called Why Write? And Jean-Paul Sartre is often looked upon as an existentialist philosopher. But look at these lines from Why Write, which is and this is just one paragraph from this long essay, Why Write? But the thought here, it is through human reality that there is being, or put it differently, that man is the means by which things are manifested. It is our presence in the world which multiplies relations. It is we who set up a relationship between this tree and that bit of sky. Thanks to us, that star which has been dead for millennia, that quarter moon, and that dark river are disclosed in the unity of a landscape. It is the speed of our auto and our airplane which organizes the great masses of the earth. With each of our acts, the world reveals to us a new face. But if we know that we are directors of being, we also know that we are not its producers. If we turn away from this landscape, it will sink back into its dark permanence. At least it will sink back. There is no one mad enough to think that it is going to be annihilated. It is we who shall be annihilated, and the earth will remain in its lethargy until another consciousness comes along to awaken it. So again, this thing is that how beautifully but differently poems capture something which is said in a long drawn paragraph. So when these are my slides. This was my last slide. Do I have 5 more minutes?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So coming back to again this question, what would an eco poem be? For example, I leave this question to all of you to ponder upon. I don't have a very foolproof kind of an answer to it, but I'm more or less, being in this field of reading, teaching, literature for these many years, I'm very much aware that literature does have a role to play. If nothing else, then it is a very important record that people can go back to, and then they can work upon that record in the contemporary times. Why I say this is because just today, Times of India has carried a longish article titled "How Sangam Texts Helped Track the Nilgiri Tahar," Nilgiri mountain goats. Okay. The Sangam literature of Tamil Nadu, which dates back to 2000 years old, that was properly read, interpreted, in order to find out the sites, the places of these mountain goats called Nilgiri Tahar. And these texts are around 2000 years old. And on the basis of the poems, Sangam poems, they found out, for example, the poems mentioned the behavior of the goats. The poems mention the vegetation around the goats. The poems also mention the ability of the goats to climb up expertly beyond the reach of a predator. So they could get the idea of the landscape. Where are the rocks? Where is the hill? And then what they have done is they have found out 10 sites from where these mountain goats and that area can be conserved and kept as at least a semi-wilderness, in a semi-wilderness stage. But this is a 2000-year-old record, poetry, that is helping the administrators, the forest officials, to think about conserving portions of Nilgiris and keeping it like it used to be many hundreds of years ago. So this is one thing that it was a kind of epiphany. I was reading the paper in the morning and I just came across this, and this is one more instance of how literature intervenes in human reality and what it really does. So I close my this very working talk that I have with, as I mentioned, there have been like we know Wordsworth is so very famous about rambling in the Lake District, and one of the very famous poems coming out of that is Tintern Abbey, for example, and I think Henry David Thoreau has an essay on walking. And so if we take walking as what I remember, the general semantics scholar Gad Horowitz, the Canadian general semantics scholar, mentioned when he was there in our department that walking is a sacred duty, and it is participating in the reverse of the fast-paced life. And how, for example, there is a very different kind of a poem called A Walk by Gary Snyder. And Gary Snyder's collection of poems, there's a very important collection of poems called No Nature, and this is a poem from there. It is a poem which was in his anthology, The Back Country, and that was published in Back Country was published in 1968. And Gary Snyder, who was with Allen Ginsberg and those poets, then later on distinguished himself with this very different kind of writing on nature. And when in 1968 the Back Country was published, it was an anthology that did not exist anything like that in America. And from then onwards, from the 1970s onwards, Gary Snyder, who is still alive, has been considered to be a very important eco poet. But how very realistically, without much of an ornamentation, he writes a poem called A Walk, and this would be my final poem. It's a short poem. A Walk. Sunday, the only day we don't work. Mules farting around the meadow, Murphy fishing, the tent flaps in the warm early sun. I have eaten breakfast and I'll take a walk to Benson Lake. Packed a lunch, goodbye. Hopping on creekbed boulders up the rock throat 3 miles, Paiute Creek. In steep gorge, glacier slick, rattlesnake country, jump, land by a pool, trout skitter, deer tracks. Bad place by a falls, boulders big as houses, lunch tied to belt. I stemmed up a crack and almost fell, but rolled out safe on ledge and ambled on. Quail chicks freeze underfoot, color of stone, then run cheap away, hen quail fussing. Craggy west end of Benson Lake, after edging past dark creek pools on a long white slope, looked down in the ice-black lake lined with cliff from far above, deep shimmering trout. A lone duck in a gun's sight path steep side hill, through slide aspen and talus to the east end, down to grass, wading a wide, smooth stream into camp. At last, by the rusty 3-year-ago left behind cook stove of the old trail crew, stopped and swam and ate my lunch. This is a walk. So I leave with you all to ponder on the question that I have not been able to resolve. What is an eco poem? What kind of form does it take? What kind of matter must it have? To what extent must it be environmental? And to what extent must it have the urgency of an environmentalist? And the urgency of environmentalist is available in so many different essays. So how can a poem, to what extent can a poem join in, contribute, and make a meaningful intervention? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It was indeed a pleasure to listen to you. And on the lines of the question that you raised in the end, as we students, scholars, readers of literature and literary theory would believe that it is rather better to have questions that are unanswered than answers that cannot be questioned. So with this, we move on to the second talk in our panel discussion, and we would take the question answer, the interaction round after that. So now I invite the second speaker for today's panel discussion, the first panel discussion, Professor Vijay Madge, a former professor of English literature from AM College, University of Pune, whose doctoral work is on T.S. Eliot, The Knight and the Saint. We have also had the privilege of attending a 5-day workshop on The Wasteland by Professor Margay at the Literary Club in the previous time, which was indeed very stimulating. He has, to his credit, multiple eclectic publications in both creative writing and critical writing. And to mention a few, Academiad, a satirical poem on the Indian academics, a new edition taken out recently with the addition of a few more poems, Once Upon a Time, a novel, Dreams and Desires, second volume of verse. Further, along with research papers in various journals, Sir edited a couple of books on literary criticism and theory, and one on Vijay Tendulkar's plays. In fact, Sir has received a special honor of being invited by Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II to participate in the bicentenary celebrations of Charles Dickens's birth at Buckingham Palace. We are indeed privileged. It is a great honor to have you for the panel discussion, sir, extending a very warm welcome. The title of Madge sir's talk is Language in Poetry. I request Madge sir to please take charge of the session.
I think sir is
Madge
mute.
sir,
Sir is on mute.
you need to click on the microphone button. Sir, we can't still hear you. You'll have to click on the microphone, the mic button on your screen.
Yes, now you can
Yes,
hear me.
you're
Yes,
clearly
sir.
audible.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And good morning to you all, or shall I say good afternoon now? We are almost approaching that. Well, the title of my paper is Language in Poetry. And one of the main reasons for me to start this short series of talks entitled Back to the Basics is the amazing unfamiliarity that some research scholars, as well as some young new teachers, especially in Pune, have displayed from time to time. I have I can cite a number of examples, but for your information and knowledge, I can pass on to you one or two. I once met a research student who wanted to do his PhD on blank verse. And from the way he talked, there was no doubt that he had confused blank verse with free verse, because the names of the poets that he suggested were all modern poets writing in free verse. And when I asked him, or when I told him rather, this is free verse, he said, yes, it's the same thing, blank verse and free verse, they are the same. There was another example. A headmistress of a fashionable convent school at the hill station once came to us, and she suggested that she wanted to do PhD. And when I asked her what she wanted to work on, she naturally very pompously said Shakespeare. When I asked her to specify that topic, she said, so of course, all the novels of Shakespeare. I excused myself by saying that I am no expert to help you in this revolutionary research project on Shakespeare. I have seen some teachers with a few years' experience who simply don't know the difference between a run-on line and an end stop line. And the way they read poems in the class is a real torture to students because they just don't know how to read a poem. And as you know, reading a poem well in the class is half the battle won. But since these people don't know the basic things about poetry, I thought it's better to go back to the basics. Another reason was to make people aware of the fact that the joy of studying literature mainly comes from poetry, or even the joy of teaching literature comes mainly from poetry. In our day, when we were students, we were told that the journey natural to a budding academic always started from poetry. Then it extended to poetic drama, fiction, non-fictional prose, and finally to theory as a capping achievement. Nowadays, I think we are putting the cart before the horse, and that is the end all and be all of our literary study. Now, as we dive into the subject, language in poetry, let me follow David Copperfield, who also wanted to start at the very beginning. Let us make a beginning at the very beginning itself and ask the question, what is poetry? What is it made of? And the most visible element, of course, is language or words. We can turn to a scene from Hamlet, where Polonius finds Hamlet reading a book, and he asks him, "What do you read, my lord?" And Hamlet very indulgently answers him, "Words, words, words." We can follow the Prince of Denmark and say, yes, poetry is words, 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 or language. In the Aristotelian scheme of things, we can say language is the means of imitation that poetry uses. Now, as you know, Aristotle talked about in the first chapter of his Poetics, talks about the three headings under which all fine arts can be divided: means of imitation, manner of imitation, and matter of imitation. Now, in the very first chapter, Aristotle talks about the means of imitation, and there he says there is an art, a nameless art, which uses words for its imitation. And that art, of course, is poetry. Now, the moment we say poetry uses language, we hit a hard problem of language and poetry. And that is, because language is used by poetry, or because poetry uses language, is everything that uses language necessarily poetry? It's like saying, because Shakespeare was gay, all gays are Shakespeare. And the answer to that hard problem has been ringing down the corridors of time. From Aristotle, even from Plato, from Aristotle especially, from Aristotle down to Coleridge. And the answer is a big no. And why no? We will see when we delve into the nature of that language. Now, we have to go even deeper and ask the question, what is language? And here we can take help from our ELT friends who have been telling the world ad nauseum that language is a system of communication. And fortunately or unfortunately, the ELT friends have had such a stranglehold on our educational process that when we ask the students, what does language communicate? Their invariable answer is thoughts and ideas. They never say emotions and feelings. Why? I don't know. but this has been so. Maybe they are anti-Platonic in their zeal, or they are Platonic in their zeal, in their enmity towards poetry and literature. Now, we find in our day-to-day life that we use language for a variety of purposes, not only to express thoughts and ideas, but also to express feelings and emotions. These are the two broad categories which we can call the first use that language is made, that language makes, the way to express thoughts and ideas and thoughts. This is the discursive use of language, or in the age of information technology, we can call it informative use of language. And the other that we find, the emotive use of language, expressing feelings, emotions, etc. Now, let us take a few examples of each use of it. For instance, water boils at 100 degrees Celsius, man is mortal, India got freedom in 1947. And in all these statements, you will find they are acceptable only if they adhere to facts. They accord well with the known facts of our experience. If they are factual, then they are valid or they are acceptable. Truth, they are true or false in that sense. Now let us take a few examples from the emotive use. All what's in a name, beauty is truth or truth is beauty, like that. Now, these statements look so similar that oftentimes people confuse the two and they judge all these statements by one and the same yardstick, and that is truth. That is the mistake, as many of you will be reminded of I.A. Richards' statements and pseudo statements, the distinction that he made in his book Science and Poetry. Science makes certain statements and poetry also makes certain statements. They look similar, but they are not similar. They are not similar because they are used for different purposes. And because the purpose is different, the use is different, and the parameters of evaluation are also different. You can't judge an informative use of language by the same standard as you use in emotive use of language. That is the mistake that we make. In informative use, truth is everything. Factuality is everything. And in emotive writing or emotive use of language, factual truth is of secondary importance. This is the mistake that I can show you, or I can tell you a short anecdote, how even scholarly persons often confuse the two and make mistakes of their lives. There was a seminar at Mysore in CDN's place, Dvanalok, and the seminar was on the determination of national syllabus for English literature. And one of my very intimate friends, Dr. Balram Gupta, was advocating very fervently about including journalistic writing into literature syllabus. He knew that I did not agree with him. And so he told me that I have brought a newspaper report of a match for your consideration. Look at this report. It was a report from Times about a match between India and West Indies, played in 1975-76 when the West Indies team was almost unbeatable. Naturally, we had lost that match. The match was played out in April. The report began, he says, look how beautifully it is written. Here is your favorite Elliot. April is the cruelest month, at least for the Indian team. So it went on and on. And in his enthusiasm, Gupta flashed the newspaper page right in front of my eyes. And there, I think he made the mistake of his life because I was able to read the headline. The headline screamed, Fredericks hits a scintillating ton. And then I told, the answer flashed upon my mind, and I told Dr. Gupta, your English is, of course, impeccable, but your knowledge of the game is rather doubtful. Why, he said. I said, look, in that match, Fredericks did not play. The man who hit the century was Vivian Richards. And more importantly, Fredericks is a left-handed batsman. Richards is a right-handed batsman. Your news reporter has written the report without seeing the match. Now, what is the value of that report? It goes where it deserves to go, dustbin. Take, on the other hand, a similar mistake made by an English poet of everybody's liking. There's a sonnet called On First Looking into Chapman's Homer, where Keats describes the effect of what he felt after reading Homer through Chapman's translation. His sense of exhilarating discovery. And there he says, I felt like some watcher of the skies when a new planet swims into his ken, or like stout Cortes when he looked at the Pacific and all that. Now, those who know the history of maritime exploration know that this is a factual mistake because the sailor who discovered Pacific was not Cortes but Balboa. Balboa is the name. Here is the mistake. And still, unlike that report, the sonnet does not collapse. Why? Not because it is written by the blue-eyed boy of English Romanticism, but simply because he is writing something different. He is not writing the history of Pacific exploration. He is simply telling you what he felt after reading Homer. That is his point. Now, whether he says Balboa or Cortes or even Columbus is of secondary importance. It goes into the back burner. That is why when the factual mistake occurs in informative use, the statement becomes useless. But whereas in emotive use, you find, like this sonnet, truth is of secondary importance. On First Looking into Chapman's Homer is rightly, therefore, one of the immortal songs of English poetry, in spite of the factual mistake. Now, looking at this, if truth is the validating factor of informative use of language, what is the validating factor of emotive writing? And that I say, context. If the scientific statement has to accord well with the fact, a poetic statement has to accord well with the context in which it occurs. It must be like a flower that has evolved out of the context. If it accords with the context, well and good. Like, for instance, what's in a name? If you apply the standard of truth, it just collapses in a minute. But if you see it in the context of Romeo and Juliet, you will find it fits in very perfectly. Juliet is telling Romeo to doff his name because otherwise they cannot meet, their love cannot fructify. So, what's in a name? What's in the name Montague? Change your name. Now, in this context, it fits well. Look at the second example that I gave. Beauty is truth and truth is beauty. I think if you apply the truth standard or criterion, no married person will ever accept this. Beauty is truth and truth is beauty. But if you see it in the context, in Ode on the Grecian Urn, you will find it's a long poem, so I cannot explain to you fully, but let me tell you. These two lines are the capping stone, they are the summation of all that has gone before. The difference between the immortality that man wants and the immortality offered by art. This is the lesson symbolized by the urn, which is an object of beauty. This urn, as a beautiful object, symbolizes the truth about immortality, artistic immortality. So that's how it goes. Now, this being so, the question of validity also one has to see. Scientific statements or statements made in actual or social sciences, they have a validity which is universal. 2 + 2 is 4 has validity. Japan, England, America, India, in all the places of the earth. Whereas a statement made in poetry is valid only for its context. Outside that context, it has no meaning. And the mistake that most of us make is, especially the lovers of poetry make is, that we take these statements as if they are philosophical principles and apply them to life. Let us remember, a statement in a poem is only valid for that context, not outside the context. Let's not maul or take out the statement from its context. It's like plucking a flower from its roots. So the validity of a poetic statement is always contextual. Now, there are a couple of points more and I am finished. One is, another important feature of the use of language in poetry is that it's not always tied down to dictionary meaning. In informative use in sciences, words are tied down to their lexical meaning, lexical signification, as our ELT friends say, or the dictionary meaning. But in poetry, sometimes words go beyond the lexical, they acquire extra lexical dimension. The words have shapes, feelings, colors, sounds, as we say. in the case of onomatopic words, of course, this is very obvious. The word between fall and clatter, you can easily see how sound echoes the sense and all that. But even beyond such simple examples, you can see how poems sometimes make, or these poets sometimes make use of words that simply acquire many meanings. The word is the same, but the meanings are many, and sometimes they have they appeal to other senses of perception also. For instance, let us take the word like golden. We are celebrating the golden jubilee, generally golden chance, golden opportunity. But in Blake's poem, How Sweetly I Roam from Field to Field, it's very interesting to see how Blake uses the word golden in both positive, negative sense. The bird is caught by man and is encaged in his golden cage. Then the bird inside the cage sees that the man smiles at him and stretches out its golden wing, lifeless golden wing, and mocks his loss of liberty. Or take Dylan Thomas, Fernhill. It's a beautiful elegy on the passing away of childhood, the awareness that one is no longer a child, carefree child. In the mercy of his means, time held me green and dying, though I sang in my chains like the sea. It's very tempting to explain all the dimensions of meaning, green and dying, the antithesis. Singing in chains, once again the same antithesis. Like the sea is landlocked. So is man landlocked by time. He can't go beyond time. All these things are not explained. These are suggested. This is what Krishna Ryan, I think, said. This is poetry of suggestion rather than poetry of statement. Sometimes, words get metaphorical in not only in poetry, but even in our day-to-day use of language. We find, especially when we express emotions, words do get metaphorical. For instance, she is a regular cat. It's not a literal truth, it's metaphorical. Like the cat, she is dangerous. She will scratch you, bite you if she is cornered. She is the moon of the class, beautiful, yes, but inconstant and inaccessible. This is what Andrea del Sarto does in his poem, in his dramatic monologue. There are so many examples, but one that I would like to end up with is the occasion where sometimes words get what I can call, for lack of better term, ironical. You know what irony is? Using a word and meaning exactly its opposite. Take a poem like Shelley's Skylark. After speaking about the incomparable beauty of the skylark and its spirit of joy and all that, unalloyed joy as compared to the mixed up affair of human joy. At the end, Shelley says, "Teach me half thy gladness that thy brain must know. Such harmonious madness from my lips would flow, that the world should be listening then as I am listening now." Now, look at the word harmonious madness. what does madness mean? If you go to dictionaries, you know what it means. But if I tell you madness means wisdom, exactly the opposite. You don't have to accept because I say it. One has to find it out. How is madness wisdom here? Well, one thing you know about Shelley, that Shelley was a very staunch admirer of Plato. This you find in the very opening lines of the poem. Hail to thee, blithe spirit, bird thou never wert. He was a staunch Platonist. Shelley was a staunch Platonist. This is seen at the beginning, not only at the beginning, but even at the end. How? To that, one has to know a Plato a little bit more. As you know, Plato is the man, perhaps literature students know, Plato is the first man to attack poetry and said that poetry is all useless. In the Aeon and in the Republic, Plato questions these basic assumptions of the educational policy of his time that poetry teaches you everything. In the Aeon, his attack is more frontal. And there he asks, who is your best teacher? Homer. Now, the example of Homer is very significant. Homer was, as you know, born blind. And Plato raises the question, how can a man born blind, who does not see the world, who cannot see the world, how can he, and what will he teach you about the world? How can he do it? And yet Plato was himself a poet. It's not with joy that he banishes poetry and poets from his republic. At the end, you will see he does say that if somebody answers me in verse, how poetry is better, then I am willing to take them back into the republic. Now, Plato says Homer can do. Yes, Homer was born blind, and you would expect that such a blind person cannot say anything about the world because he has not seen it. And yet, Homer does it. And who does it better than Homer? How does he do it? And in the Aeon, the explanation that Plato gives is, to understand this, he says, we have to make a distinction between Mr. Homer and Homer the poet. When Homer composes his poems, he is not the same Homer that we know. He is not Mr. Homer. And here you will be reminded, I'm sure, of Eliot, the man who suffers and the mind that creates. Well, that was said long ago by Plato. The man who suffers and the mind that creates. Now, what happens when Homer composes poems? Well, he says, a divine frenzy, a divine spirit enters into his mind. He is possessed. Enthusiasmos, that's his word. Enthusiasmos. He is possessed, he is filled with a divine frenzy, holy madness. It is this madness that Shelley is talking about. Such harmonious madness would flow from my lips. Look at it's the madness that is the real wisdom. It's a holy wisdom. And look at the word harmonious also. Harmonious simply doesn't mean musical. Harmonious also means combining, uniting the heaven and the earth. Because in his defense of poetry, it is Shelley who says, poetry synthesizes, science analyzes. So it is the synthesizing It's the harmonizing madness that you get. And that's the full meaning. So this is how you will find that in poetry, language behaves very differently from it does in the informative use of language. And that's why, because especially of the extra-lexical dimensions that words acquire in a poem, I used to tell my students that don't enter the poetry class the same way you do as you enter a mathematics class or a history class or a philosophy class. When you come to a poetry class, make sure that all your senses are on the red alert. Your senses, you must be so sensitized that your mind should become like a seismograph, catching the minutest tremor in the verbal structure of the poem. So the job of a teacher here is the job of a teacher who is assigned with the job of teaching poetry is simply to make students aware, to build in students' minds, to install in students' mind this app called word consciousness. But before he does that, I would like him to remember Horace. Horace said in Ars Poetica, if you want to make me weep, you must weep yourself first. Similarly, if you set out to install the app of word consciousness in students' minds, first ensure you have got that in instrument or app within you. It's a long haul, I know. It's not done overnight, but the practice has to start right from the beginning of the study of literature. And that's why you should, you have to take into account all these different aspects of the use of language in poetry. Please don't make the mistake that language is that there is something called language of poetry. There's nothing like language of poetry. Poetry uses the same language that you and I use or everybody else uses. About successful people, we say no. That successful people don't do different things, they do the same things differently. In the same way, poets use the same language, but they use it differently. And what are the uses? That will become clear. This talk is very general, introductory, and elementary. As we go further into the aspects or elements of poetry like diction, syntax, imagery, rhythm especially, you will find how all these things will cohere together. But at the moment, this is all that I have to say, and this is where I rest my case. So thank you very much for inviting me and listening me out with angelic patience, or saintly patience. Thank you very much.
Not nightly patience.
Thank you very much, sir. It is indeed always a privilege to be able to listen to your talks. Poetry, as Emily Dickinson would mention, is the fairer house which is filled with possibilities. It has a plurality, more doors and windows. So with this, we quickly accelerate forward to the question and answer session. So I would like to hand over the session to the session chair, Professor Prashant Sinha, who would invite the interaction as well as give his critical remarks and observation. Sinha sir, over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Rutvi. Before I hand over the session to the questioners, I just want to say that yours was a very, very flattering account. I think you're making pseudo statements and not factual statements about me. I couldn't believe that you were talking about me. I do want to add one sentence to the wonderful statement you made about beauty in poetry. Remember the famous line of Keats, "A thing of beauty is a joy forever." But I
Yes.
think we'll turn away from joy and now get down to, I should say, factual situations. Uh, we had two very, very enlightening papers. In fact, I learned a lot from both the speakers. But before I proceed further, let the questioners ask questions. Asking questions, as we heard, is more important than giving answers.
Sir, we have a hand up.
Yeah.
There
Yeah.
is Afroz probably who wants to ask a question.
Okay. Yeah. See, should I also turn to the chat box?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I'm also keeping a track.
Yeah.
Afroz, you may unmute yourself.
Okay. So who raised the hand?
Afroz.
Afroz, please go ahead. As I say, please shoot.
No, actually, I don't have any query. It was by mistaken, so sorry for that.
Okay.
In that case, we may have the upcoming questions. Participants who have questions may unmute themselves.
Yeah, please go ahead. Dr. Madge wants to have an aggressive session, so he'll be happy to answer, shall I say,
Yes.
those questions that don't flatter him.
No.
I mean, they should flatter his presentation, which is wonderful, but
Yeah.
not exactly his point of view. Okay.
Not the person. Yeah.
And of course, I hope Dr. Mukherjee is here.
Yes, sir, I am.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So let's begin with the questions. We obviously have a lot of thank you, sirs, and factually stating how good the papers were. I must say I learned a lot today.
Sir, Dr. Kalpana Vandrekar has raised her hand.
Okay, Kalpana, please. Sorry, I'm not calling you Dr. Vandrekar.
That is because, as you said, we should satisfy Dr. Margi that
Yeah.
he likes to argue, no? That's why so I said, let's try it out. So the point is, emotions, yes, I understand that, and we agree also with it. Everyone subscribes, I think, poetry is that, sensitive. But at the same time, don't you think that, moments are immortalized by poetry? In the sense, when you are talking about Grecian urn, we also have learned that, that spring, the moment of spring, which is captured, so it is going to be always, there will be always spring, and the flowers will never fade or wither. So their emotions are not created, but a moment is captured, freezing of that moment which we have enjoyed in real life, isn't it? Factual life. Or even that the couple which is going to kiss, but they don't. But that eagerness, that emotion, which has come to the peak, will remain as it is forever and ever. So I think, isn't it also, along with emotions, capturing a moment which gets frozen and immortalizes that? So the carving which is there, that
Yes. Yes. Shall I answer? Yeah.
Yeah, I think you should. Afroz, do you have a question now? You again raised your hand.
No, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Dr. Margi, go ahead.
Yes.
Counter shots from you.
Yes. As I said, no, as I said, the emotions or the moments that are captured in the poem, they are looked upon negatively. They are not a very positive statement. This is what he says. And this remains true only about the ode itself. The urn symbolizes those moments, the immortality that is offered by artistic objects is actually being frozen into timelessness. This is not the kind of immortality as you find the poem totally rejects that kind of immortality. And you can't take from what happens in the urn as a general statement that I do agree with you. Yes, poetry does immortalize certain moments. That is true. But this is not the right example, because here the capturing of the moment, the momentary capture into frozen eternity, this is not looked upon with favor by John Keats. He totally rejects that. It is better to have a breathing mortality rather than a lifeless immortality. That is the main argument of the poem itself. If you do Clean Brooks, well rotten, there you get all this analysis. How the poem is based on this basic paradox that the immortality offered by art is a lifeless immortality. That's paradoxical, but that is what it is. And this is not, Keats was too much in love with life. He was too much life oriented to go in for this kind of immortality. No, he would not compromise on that.
No, but the spring has been brought to life on the urn, isn't it?
No,
But
what life?
now it is not living. Okay.
No, what life? It is just the spring that there was the trees don't there is the fall of trees.
Yes, I got it, what you want to say.
Forever songs, meaning singing songs forever new. There will be no winter season because it is frozen. That's not a statement on life. It is a statement on the art. The spring is immortalized in the art, but that is the kind of immortality that he doesn't want.
Thank you.
Shall we turn now to Professor Mukherjee and see him defend himself?
Swords crossed.
Any question, Professor Sanjay Mukherjee, immediately?
Yeah, I think I've got my face back. So I can.
Oh, great. We can see your face.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, no longer faceless, Sanjay.
I think we can have a screenshot from the IT team. All the three speakers are here.
Plenty to say, but I think I should let others speak first. All the questions.
That's what I'm waiting. Yeah, maybe. Should I?
Yeah, Kalpana.
No, I only want to make a comment. As you said, the industrialization has, maybe because things have changed. But according to, I think, to a metropolitan city, how all the, these, when I was walking to Ferguson College, both the sides of the road, there were banyan trees, with aerial these. So when you say poetry, that I also that how is it now? These are again there was a bloodless, you can say, non-violent. It was a sort of construction or maybe defining or develop progress. When we ask these questions, are we really? David, do we ever say that preserving? Will be? Now we are talking about all these. So maybe the destruction of environment which has happened, building, construction, expansion, more money, and also connectivity also maybe to different places. Now unreachable are getting now reachable. But these are, very complex, these things. So when we define it, so maybe for me now, because being born in Pune and all that, and I've seen how worst it has become. I mean, for me, it is like that. May not be for others, because conveniences have come. People are earning more. They are also living in apartments. But, all this also is causing what? At the price of this. Now, recently here near our this thing, the river is there, and all 40 trees, which are grown more than 40 years and which are rare as it is and indigenous, they are going to be cut. So there was that Chipko movement also, where some of them they conducted. But what is going to happen? It's not going to stop anyhow. Are we going to stop? No. So who is it destroying? And only what role will poetry then play into that, in stopping or changing the minds of the ones who do it? Can we convince them? Because there are some poems made also on this, recently in Marathi though. But things are happening this way, so very complex to answer when we observe. So, as I observe this thing, eco poetry, I don't know whether it will cover more of, and unlike romantic poetry, is it about the destruction and the disappearance of, so many indigenous species and all that, that you feel hurt. What is it? I don't know. It's becoming very complex to question and also to answer. It was just a comment. I don't know if you want to.
Thank you very much. I mean, you have amplified what I was also trying to say, that I don't know whether, like, something, first of all, for example, when I remembered Auden, does poetry make anything happen? Or when he stated poetry makes nothing happen. So in this situation of our environmental crisis, what can poetry, what can literature do is a very important question. Actually, for example, if our river is polluted, so the people who deal with pollution would have to check to the level of pollution and what can be done, which effluents are coming. And for example, it was very interesting to know that cultural historians actually found out that when Wordsworth was writing his Tintern Abbey, he mentions in the poem that he visits Tintern Abbey after 5 years. Now, what happens within those 5 years is that two sawmills, in factories dealing with logs, they come up and they are pumping their effluents in the River Wye. And as a result of which, the River Wye has become black for a mile-long stretch. And so it was very interesting when the cultural historians said that it is because of that Wordsworth actually mentions in the title of the poem lines written a few miles above Tintern Abbey. It is not Tintern Abbey that interests him anymore as a natural place, but he has to move away from a few miles, because 1 mile long the River Wye is blackened. So yes, it is very, very complex. What role can literature play? And that is why when I read in the newspaper today about Sangam poetry and what it can do to help Nilgiri conservation, I felt there is some hope there. But obviously, at the level of the site where you are mentioning, where trees are being cut, when the river is getting polluted, when the hills are denuded, at that site, of course, poetry cannot do anything. It will have to be done by engineers, people of sciences, people of technology. For example, the bare hills are now getting seeded by drones. That is one way of reviving the hills that is coming up. Here is technology. So it's a stretch of hills which is bare, which was once wooded, then it is now bare. And what it is being done is that they are targeted by drones, and the seeds, the conical seeds, are pushed into the ground at regular intervals through the drones. Now, these are initiatives that only technology can help. So certainly, there, in a direct sense, literature cannot intervene or help.
Okay. I have a few comments which may involve questions also. And I sincerely hope that this time the literary club doesn't mute me. See, because once the literary club has muted me while I'm trying to be on. I want to begin with observations, first of all, on Professor Mukherjee's talk. As I said, he covered a very wide range. I hope I have not been muted again. He covered a very wide range.
You're audible, sir.
Yeah, and dealt with a lot of poets, some of them known to us, such as the Romantics, uh, including William Blake, who was seen generally as precursors. He also turned to more recent figures, for example, uh, May Oliver, then talk about Summer's Day, Gary Snyder's Walk. I do want to mention in this context that in Dr. Johnson's famous Rasselas, there is a statement by Imlach: to count the streaks of a tulip is not the business of a poet. And let's not forget that T.S. Eliot said that it's not easy to disagree with Dr. Johnson. I am not a classicist, but I also have tremendous admiration for Dr. Johnson. By the way, Dr. Johnson, commenting on Swift, said, "The rogue never hazards a metaphor." Unfortunately, I don't have metaphors, so I can't hazard it. But obviously, most of you, including the anchors, have used metaphors beautifully. So, uh, Dr. Mukherjee did talk about certain very basic things, such as how do we know about the thing in itself? And he referred to the Crystal Palace of 1851, which Prince Albert inaugurated, and which in many ways marked the high watermark, uh, shall I say, of the industrial civilization, England at the peak of its industrial glory. And let's not forget that Queen Victoria was greatly influenced by her husband. Prince Albert, in many ways, should have been uh, named the uh, founder of the Albert age more than Victorian age, because she continued her husband's legacy. And also remember that when he died, Queen Victoria found solace only in Tennyson's In Memoriam, and mentioned that this was a poem that kept her alive. And then she turned to novel writing and wrote to Charles Dickens, from his Her Majesty's most humble novelist to its greatest. But I should not be digressing the way I have been. It is not uh, not commendable at all. But I must mention that Professor Mukherjee educated me in the history of literature, and talked about literature in its wider context, and referred also to people whom I had not read, such as Victoria Colonna, who belonged to early Renaissance. I still prefer the word Renaissance to early modern literature. One minute. Uh, I'm glad that two people have raised their hands, but I think I should first finish my comments on Professor Mukherjee. I'm glad that you also brought in Browning's musical instruments and mentioned Stephen Spender's The Pylons. By the way, I do want to mention, Professor Mukherjee may have to say something on this. Auden wrote a poem praising the railway engine, didn't she? Praising the new railways. Some of my favorite modern philosophers, and I'm glad he mentioned Sartre's Why Right. When you talked about the mountain goats, please don't forget that goats have a clear link with Pan and with Bacchus, if I may use both the words. and it's in almost all literature in the West, not all, but in much literature in the West, they talk about goats versus sheep. Don't forget the incident in Waiting for Godot. So I think this is roughly what I had to say. And Professor Mukherjee has given me a lot of education, but I can already see two hands which are raised, uh, maybe with Afroz Kataria. I'm again making a mistake. And Dr. Adya, of course, is there. So shall we turn first to Afroz?
Sir, I have also learned a lot from your comments, the way you connect it to so many other texts from Blake to Beckett. Thank you very much for your observations.
Okay. So Afroz, anything to say? You've been raising your hand so many times, or is it just that this?
Sir, I think there is a glitch on her end.
I see.
Madge sir has raised his hand. Madge sir, would you like to say something?
Yeah, Dr. Madhya, please.
You'll have to unmute yourself, sir.
Yeah.
You'll have to click on the microphone button.
Yes.
Yes, you're audible now.
Okay, not a question, just a, what can we call, a suggestion, if you want. Hopkins also has this poem, wonderful eco poem, Bisne Populus, and there he connects love of nature with Christianity, those marvelous lines. Oh, if we but knew what we do when we delve or hew, hack and whack the living green. You can easily say, only if we knew what we do. We know not what we do. That when we cut the trees, that's one thing. And second was Huxley's essay on Wordsworth in the Tropics, where he gives a different interpretation of nature. We see nature as mother goddess and all that. But Huxley raises the question in that essay, if Wordsworth were born in Africa, would he have written the same kind of poetry? I think that applies to other eco poets also.
Yes, sir. I mean, what eco-critics are also trying to make us aware is ecology is geography specific, and environmentalism is a broader thing. So yes, if Wordsworth was born in Africa and if he still wrote poetry, his imagery, his landscape would be different, and his concerns and like Kalpana madam was talking about immortality of freezing time, his spots of time would be very, very different. If the African Wordsworth would still be writing poetry, that is, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
And I note your observations on Hopkins. I think Hopkins also wrote a beautiful poem on wilderness.
Yes.
And so his case was about that let wilderness be.
Yes.
But so that is the problem that we are facing now. That I mean, every inch of the earth is geotagged. There is hardly any wilderness.
Yes.
Even the wilderness that we stay, they are conserved. So they are the parks that nation holds. So every park is mapped, geotagged. We know the flora, we know the fauna. There is hardly any quote unquote wilderness left.
Yes.
There is academic wilderness.
It's a different.
Plenty of that.
So that has a vast span, sir. The academic wilderness is very vast.
Wastelands there.
May I make a few observations on Dr. Madge's presentation? Once again, he educated me today and mentioned some very interesting episodes. The safest thing would be not to go into them because they may ruffle many feathers. I just want to say that there is no proof that Shakespeare was gay. The view that the
Yeah.
early sonnets were addressed to W.H.
Mm.
Doesn't mean that he was a gay poet. You see,
Mm.
W.H. was a patron, and
Yes.
Shakespeare was trying to please a patron. So I
Mm.
disagree with the basic premise that Shakespeare was gay.
No, I heard it in the department itself.
Both, of course, we had a gay scholar in the department, and
Yes.
of course make these statements. In fact, he would even say that all literature is gay.
Yeah.
You can't. Uh,
Yeah.
Now, Dr. Madge was excellent when he talked about different uses of language, emotive versus informative. And I'm glad he mentioned Richards, because someone who was Dr. Madge's favorite teacher, and in my case, a colleague at Hyderabad, after he left Pune and before I had come to Pune, Professor Nagarajan, has a
Yes.
very well-informed essay on I.A. Richards, where he talks about sense, intention, uh, what is sense, intention,
Yes.
thought, and feeling.
Yes.
So I'm glad he referred to that and to I.A. Richards and
Mm.
talked about science and pseudo statements. I do want to mention that Dr. Madhya played for his institution as an all-rounder in cricket, and he has shown the same ability when dealing with literature. He is basically a specialist in poetry and drama. I think he's been teaching Shakespeare for quite some time, and criticism. And I think he's done some work on fiction also. But fiction certainly is not his first love. I
Yeah.
think it's maybe my knowledge is fictitious, but perhaps he has dealt with fiction as well. One interesting question that turned up was that neither Dr. Mukherjee, said Professor Mukherjee, nor Dr. Madge referred to the whole idea of the storied bust. You talked about the well-wrought urn,
Yes.
not the storied bust. Perhaps the difference between the romantic and the classical viewpoints. I'm not exactly an admirer of classical poetry. I totally disagree with Johnson's statement that if Pope be not a poet, where is poetry to be found? I don't think Pope was a great poet at all, but then that's a matter of opinion. And so Dr. Madge has shown his abilities as an all-rounder, and he has great ability to talk about critical theory without jargons. That was a problem in our lit department at Pune, and it's perhaps a worldwide problem, because a lot of scholars of critical theory feel that they are saying something which can't be said in ordinary language. It has to have jargons. But Dr. Madge showed, along with a couple of others we know, the great ability to discuss theory in ordinary, simple language. Shall I say in common sense language, or in the language of prose?
Really used by men. Like,
And he showed, like Professor Mukherjee, a remarkable range of reading, and also gave me a viewpoint that was somewhat different from mine. I believe firmly in Aristotle. Between Aristotle and Plato, it doesn't take me a split second to choose one of them. My choice
yes.
is Aristotle, although I'm not Aristotelian, but I felt that between them, Aristotle is the one to follow, because he
Exactly.
has a more, I should say, logical mind. We have had plenty of food for thought. Shall we have some food for the stomach? It's past 1, and we can't come back at 1:30. So I'll turn it over to the organizers and let them decide when do we come back. Frankly, I can't, since I'm one speaker after lunch break. Frankly, I don't think I can finish everything in half an hour and come back. I think I'll need some more time. Perhaps we may have to move everything forward by at least 15 minutes. Is that okay?
2:30 then?
No, I think 2:30 would be too late. Isn't that so?
Sir, we will have to inform a lot of participants if we now opt for a delay.
No, no.
So
So
I
shall I?
suggest we don't delay the session for more than 10 minutes.
Okay, 10 to 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. So we meet at 1:45. Is it okay?
Yeah, I mean the participants will start entering the session by 1:30.
Okay.
So let us try to make it as quick as possible.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Parth. For me, time wasn't moving.
Understandable, sir. but
Yeah.
then because this is online, so it will have to be conveyed to a lot of people, which is difficult in
Okay.
the
Okay.
time that we have.
Yeah. So let them enter by 1:30, and we'll start by 1:45 sharp, if I may use
Yeah.
that one. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye
Yeah.
bye.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Thank you all, the speakers and the organizers.
Yeah, yeah. Excellent, excellent session. We liked it all. Yeah.
And the
Thank you.
questioners. And the questioners.
Question. Still, I wanted only one. This one session you can take now for poetry, how to read it. For shlokas in Sanskrit, we do that. How to where to, because rhyming and rhythm is there. So, can you have one session on reading poetry reading itself?
We'll have it
Then
in
on
words
lines and all that.
literature from.
Anyway, that was just a suggestion and
We
comment.
have
I
planned
don't know.
a number of things for the end of June and early July. So we'll have that also.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Welcome.
Bye bye.
Forms of literature usually do. Ever since the inception, dramas have brought in the audiences and been an undying medium of discourse that has not been yet trumped by modernity. Our esteemed speakers today shall make us aware of dramas from very distinct backgrounds and contexts. As they speak to us on the topic, we will all attempt to keep track of our questions, to keep track of the ideas, and note down our questions for the end. As I previously mentioned, our panelists for the session are Dr. Prashant Sinha and Professor Ravisinh Zala. And as we do not have a session chair for this session, the session will be moderated by Mr. Parth Joshi. Right then. So, without any further delays, I'll call out Professor Prashant Sinha, our session chair from the previous session on poetry. He is one of our two esteemed speakers. Professor Sinha has led the literary scholarship in India for over 3 decades now, whether in the form of teaching, research, curriculum development, or curating this very club. He has made massive contributions to our discipline, keeping it alive and thriving consistently. Sir has served at multiple renowned colleges, universities, and postgraduate centers as a teacher in his tenure. Sinha Sir's contributions extend beyond just teaching and guiding, as would his collection of published written accounts suggest. From someone as experienced and masterful as him, we are sure to receive a delightful session on British and American dramas. The formal title of his talk reads American and British Drama from 1945 to 1975 and their European background. We are glad to have you with us, sir. I now hand over the session to you.
Thank you, Ayush, for the glowing introduction. I never thought I was so good, but thank you. I begin by quoting the most complex figure in literary history, uh, Hamlet. Hamlet says that fell Sergeant Death is strict in its arrest. And I realized that the organizers of literary club are also strict in their arrest. And therefore, I had to cut short uh, Felicity a while, absent myself from Felicity a while, and Russia uh, earlier than I had planned to. Given the problem with time, and time is going to be a problem throughout the day, except in the last session when there is no rush of any kind, I'll be firing the cannon. What I mean is, I'll be focusing on certain specific works and not provide a detailed survey. I'll take up European background first then come to American literature, and then British literature. This is simply because my thesis was on early modern British. My thesis was not early, in fact, now the word early modern has other connotations. My thesis was on the British drama from the period 1956 till 1965 or so. And since I've already sent it for publication after some changes, I would not be very keen to discuss it at length right now. Hoping also that you'll invite me some other time to talk more about British drama. So I'll spend more time on European background and American drama, and then only come to the field which can engage me for hours, which I wouldn't let you. Uh, I wouldn't let you suffer for that long. So my talk is not a detailed survey of all that transpired in the immediate American and British post-war theatre and all the trends in European drama that influenced them. It's essentially a glimpse of the seminal works in the territory covered by me, although the context, both historical and dramatic, would not be neglected. At the same time, they will not form the core of my presentation. To begin with the European background, there are three major trends in European drama. I'll focus on dramatic literature rather than stage productions. Three major trends that dominate the scene: expressionism, surrealism, the theatre of the absurd, and the epic theatre. In fact, I should say expressionism, the epic theatre, and the theatre of the absurd, because I'll take things up in that order. There are also minor trends such as Arthur's theatre of cruelty, besides impressionistic mood plays and vestiges of Ibsenite and Chekhovian realism, come naturalism. By the way, I adore Ibsen and after him Chekhov, and find it very sad that their kind of naturalistic realism is now out of fashion. That realism has become a dirty word. It's very, very sad. The rise of expressionism, surrealism, coincides with the growth of psychoanalysis and the discovery of the unconscious. The expressionists probed into the darker depths of the mind and externalized the inner conflicts, presenting the dreams, hallucinations, and nightmares of characters. To state it differently, they presented subjective reality seen subjectively. Before I proceed further, I should mention the names of the most important expressionists. They were late Strindberg, late Hauptmann, and the core German expressionists Kaiser and Toller. Now, to illustrate the salient features of expressionism with reference to these plays, and to illustrate the salient features of expressionism with reference to their plays, and follow that with other aspects of expressionism, a subjective view of anything leads to distortion, using the word in the common sense meaning. Thus, in Strindberg's The Ghost Sonata, the old man Hummel, who is trying to gain power over others, is presented as a vampire, a bloodsucker. When he holds the younger student's hand, the latter cries out in fear, let go of my hands. You are drawing all the strength from me." In the same play, there is a cook who is bloated and who belongs to the Hummel family of vampires. In the kitchen, she removes all the nourishing elements from the food she cooks. In the same playwright's play, To Damascus, the protagonist, who is partly autobiographical, has eloped with a doctor's wife. And as he is running away, he feels that every man who is behind him is chasing him. Also, he looks like the doctor whose wife he has taken away. This vision shows his guilty conscience. In expressionist plays, time doesn't move according to the clock, and we go back and forth not only in time but also in space. Again, in a Strindberg, this time his most well-known play, the Dream Play. At one moment, the officer, it's obviously an army officer, is in the present with Indra's daughter. She is referred to as a daughter. And the next moment, we go back to his school days when he is trying to remember the multiplication table and being punished for not doing so. Since, as I said, I have to condense and condense and condense, I'll make a summative statement. Whereas naturalism is concerned with the details of reality, expressionism presents the essence of reality as subjectively conceived. Closely related to realism is impressionism, whereas naturalism presents objective reality objectively and expressionism subjective reality subjectively. Impressionism presents objective reality as subjectively perceived. It gives an impression of the objective reality. One variety of it is the mood play. In a mood play, as Fry says, the scene, the season, and the character are bound together in one climate. Often, the time of day and the weather play an important role in preparing the atmosphere of the play. Thus, in Garcia Lorca's The Blood Wedding, the passionate love of the bride for her fiance, for her former lover Leonardo, finds expression in the moonlit night. She runs away with Leonardo, leaving the bridegroom behind. And the groom's party naturally chase them, culminating in the deaths of both the young men. The young man who was deserted from the bridal bed, and Leonardo. For this situation, we have the right kind of lights and season for both wild, untamed passion and a murderous pursuit of the guilty couple. Music also contributes to it. In fact, throughout the play, the colors and paintings on the walls and the background permeate and enhance the performance. Bertolt Brecht's theory of epic theatre is a revolutionary and radical anti-Aristotelian view of drama. However, in his best plays like Mother Courage and Her Children, The Good Woman of Szechuan, and The Caucasian Chalk Circle, his practice is often in conflict with his theory. Remember the famous statement of W.B. Yeats: out of our quarrel with others, we create rhetoric. Out of our quarrel with ourselves, we create poetry. And Brecht had this quarrel with himself. His practice is often in conflict with his theory. Brecht has the famous chart differentiating his Socratic, dialectical, scientific, epic theatre from Aristotle's cathartic theatre. To highlight the most seminal points, the chart will take a long time. He wants no identification with the characters. We observe them from outside. Identification involves us emotionally, but takes away our power of critical reasoning. We notice, to give an example, that in a great Shakespearean tragedy, Othello, the outstanding Moorish general, mistakenly kills his beautiful wife, Desdemona, a white wife, believing that she is sleeping with his lieutenant Cassio, although she is totally innocent. We admire the play, shed tears, and say, how sad that such an event happens. But it is inevitable. What can we do? Brecht instead wants a presentation on the stage, after which we would say, how sad that such an event happens. It's not inevitable. Let's change the society and create a new world in which an unwise Othello would not kill his beloved Desdemona. What are the ways in which Brecht wants to create a rational effect as opposed to the highly emotional, almost hypnotic impact of his great German predecessors? In fact, I should say German, Austrian. See, culturally, Austria was part of Germany, but politically separate. The two great predecessors he was rebelling against were the arch romantic Schiller and the great creator of operas, Wagner. Schiller was a contemporary of Goethe, uh, much younger, but they wrote at the same time. You see, Goethe had a very long life, and Schiller wrote to Goethe, saying that both of them belong to the Romantic movement. Goethe wrote back saying, all that is romantic is disease, all that is classical is health. I wouldn't go into that issue because I do admire a lot of romantic poetry. The other person against whom Brecht rebelled was Wagner, the greatest writer of operas in the history of Western music. Brecht's attempt to create aesthetic distance begins with the plot itself. Instead of creating well laid plots, a dramatist should leave the loose ends visible. I mean, should let the loose ends visible and announce beforehand what happens in the play. Often, scene summaries tell us what transpires in the scene. Thus, there is no suspense about the end. What matters is not what happens, but how it happens. He gives an example of a race. See, if we are watching the race, all our focus is on who wins. But when we see a live recreation of the race, we know who has won and then concentrate on how he or she uh, ran the race. So there is no suspense about the end. What matters is not uh, what happens, but how it happens. Thus, in Mother Courage, we are told in scene 3, Mother Courage's daughter is saved, her wagon likewise, but her honest son dies. Similarly, at the beginning of scene 8, we can read, her brave son performs one heroic deed too many and comes to a shameful end. Scene 11 has a line, Mother Courage loses her daughter. Often Brecht retells older known stories. He uses music extensively, but not to enhance the emotional impact. Rather, it is to create dissonance. The singer sings against the instrument, not in harmony with it. All this is not practical, but he advocated all this. The setting is already at a distant place and in a different period to distance a time the audience from the action. Thus, among his major plays, as I said more than once, in his major plays, Brecht doesn't blindly follow his own theory. Thus, among his major plays, Threepenny Opera is a retelling of John Gay's The Beggar's Opera and is set in Queen Anne's 18th century England. By the way, the great Marathi humorist and writer Puladesh Pandey's Teen Paishacha Tamasa is a retelling of Brecht's version of the play. Mother Courage is set in the 17th century Europe with a focus on the wars of religion, Protestant versus Catholic, and especially as it was fought on the German soil, early 17th century. The Good Woman of Szechuan is set in China and the Caucasian chalk circle in Georgian Caucasus. Other means are also employed to create and sustain this distance. Thus, in The Good Woman of Szechuan, Shinde plays the double role as a self and a heartless cousin, Shuita. In the trial scene at the end, the ultimate judges are the audience themselves. Answering the eternal question, how can goodness survive in an evil world? This was a question that Brecht was contending with almost all his life. The Caucasian chalk circle also has near its end the trial scene, where the audience has to deliberate on the same and other related issues. As it were, the Caucasian chalk circle has more theatrical devices. Thus, at the outset, there's a page from an anonymous Chinese play, The Chalk Circle. We all know the story of the chalk circle, the two women contending for the same baby and being told by the judge, pull the child out, and the real mother refusing to do so. There is then a prologue which encloses the main action, both sung by a set of musicians and enacted by a large cast. The singer narrates musically the background events, which are then followed by enactment through dialogues. The first part is the story of the kitchen maid Grusha, who, to protect Michael, the governor's child, suffers untold hardships and makes great sacrifices, including that of her engagement with Simon, the palace guard, finally promoted to a paymaster. The second part, the story of a judge, has a startling device of going back in time to the beginning of the revolt of the princes and bringing us up to the point of Grusha's trial for the abduction of Michael. Azdak, the so called rascal, becomes a judge and always gives the legally wrong but morally right judgment. The soldiers who had started the revolt uh, see him and say, "So long the judge was a rascal, now the rascal should be the judge." And so Isaac is appointed the judge, and he always gives the right judgment, al- although legally wrong judgments, but morally always correct. In his own strange way, he grants the child to Grusha, also grants her divorce from her nominal husband, and enables her to marry her fiancé Simon. The fantastic trial ends happily for the good people, convincing us, the ultimate jury, that only a crazy judge can do justice in our system and deliver a child to the motherly and the arbor in the valley for those who cared for it, the waterers. The theatre of the absurd is poles apart from the epic theatre, although it's even more anti-naturalistic than the Brechtian one. Its main practitioners being Samuel Beckett and Eugene Ionesco, both writing their plays in French. The theatre of the absurd shows in the plays not a story but a situation. The human condition is what it deals with. The social ambience is useless. Rootless characters, characters without psychological depth, without identity, are depicted. Life is meaningless in a world that's devoid of purpose. The elements of the bizarre are also there. Thus, in Waiting for Godot, Lucky is a slave of Pozzo. Pozzo goes round with uh, a rope tied round Lucky's neck. But when he tells Lucky, "I'll sell you at a fair," Lucky weeps. I can't imagine anyone in that terrible situation of being dragged around with a rope around his neck and weeping when he is told he will not actually stay. In the absurd theater, there is an attack on logic. Reason cannot explain anything. As Sartre, who is one of the uh, inspirers of the absurd, said that logic cannot explain the world. The world is without a purpose, without uh, a meaning, without any real intention. For example, to show how logic doesn't work, in UNESCO's play, Rhinoceros, all the men become rhinoceros except one. In the same play, when they are sitting in a coffin arguing, it is concluded that Socrates was a cat. Many people are anti Socrates, but I don't think anyone has said that Socrates was a cat. In the absurd plays, characters play many games. For example, when Vladimir and Estragon are waiting for Godot, they play multiple games. In the Bald Soprano, which is a far more interesting play than Waiting for Godot, Martins and Smiths play a variety of games, but they have a totally inane humor. One joke is a man was tying his shoes. That's a joke. A man was tying his shoes. In the absurd plays, nothing happens. We end where we began. There is no change. Then there's a problem of communication. Isolated characters who have nothing to say to each other dominate the action. Language fails as a medium of communication. Let's also observe how the characters are without social roots. In Waiting for Godot, Vladimir, one of the tramps, is Russian. Estragon, the other tramp, is French. Pozzo, the master, the slave driver, is Italian. And Lucky, the slave who's being driven, is English. So, in which country is the action set? In Act 2 of Waiting for Godot, there is a replication of the actions in Act 1. By the way, let me digress for a minute. I was going to Dr. Madge's PG center, which was not in Pune, and we were waiting under a tree and waiting for a bus to come. Dr. Madge says, here are the two tramps waiting under the tree for the bus to come. But actually, in Act 2 of Godot, there is a replication of what happens in Act 1. The same tree is there, but the tree has a few leaves. While they are waiting, Pozzo comes driving Lucky. They interact and then they leave. A boy comes and tells them that Godot will not come. In Act 2, the tree has a few leaves, and a boy comes and tells him Godot will not come. Interestingly, the boy says he did not come in Act 1. Vladimir thinks that same boy. Estragon says no, it's a different boy. So what do we have? One boy or two boys? Because in these plays, identity is not certain. In the Bald Sopranos, Smiths are waiting for Martins, and then there is a ring at the door, and the maid servant goes and sees two people. The gentleman tells a lady who is waiting there, my dear madam, I think I have seen you somewhere. The lady says, dear sir, I also have seen you somewhere. Then they start wondering where they have met. They are in London, and they have come from Liverpool. They have traveled in the same train. Then they discuss. They were in the same compartment. Then they discuss in the same coupe. Then they wonder if they're husband and wife. But that is not the answer. They talk about the place in Liverpool uh, from where they have come. The man has a daughter with a blue eye and a red eye. The lady also has a daughter with a blue eye and a red eye. But then maybe they are not the same. They sleep in the same apartment, in the same bed. But at last, the gentleman says, my dear, I think I found you, my own wife. They are Mr. and Mrs. Martin. Now, this kind of thing is quite possible in an absurd play. After the Martins come, and the Smiths welcome them with some taunting for being so late, the call bell rings again. The maid servant goes. Actually, by the way, the maid servant earlier had gone to see a play. She went to see a play with some men and saw it with some female. So she goes there and discovers there is no one there. Sorry, it's not the maid, it's Mr. Smith who goes there. Mrs. Smith goes there. The second time also, the call bell rings and no one is there. The third time, the master himself goes and discovers the fire chief there, like the Indian head of fire brigade. Then he says he was there earlier also. He had hidden himself. Obviously, no fire chief hides himself. Then he wonders if there's a fire there. They said no. Some little fire, no. And then they suddenly talk about watching a bald soprano. Now, you know who a soprano is. A soprano is the highest female voice in an opera or any musical, but there is no bald soprano, and there is no link at all with the bald soprano. So obviously, uh, there's something odd about their situation. And the maid comes to the front of the stage and says, "My name is Sherlock Holmes." I think I'll turn now from Sherlock Holmes to the American drama. How many minutes have we taken? I think I have taken something like half an hour. Anyone, any timekeeper? Parth? Okay.
Yes, sir. It seems like it was half an hour.
Okay, so I think I'll try and I'll finish in 15 minutes. Okay. I will deal only with American drama now, and hope that you'll invite me some other time to discuss British drama. There are two major playwrights who emerge in a dominant key in American theatre immediately after the World War II: Tennessee Williams and Arthur Miller. Tennessee Williams moved from Columbus, Mississippi to St. Louis, Missouri, where his father called him Miss Nancy for his effeminate ways. He worked in a shoe factory where his father was a sales manager, and interestingly, he went to University of Iowa for his BA, a place to which I went for my PhD 32 years later. I'll discuss his autobiographical play, The Glass Menagerie, 1945. The play has images on the screen. Interesting because that's a Brechtian device. Bertolt Brecht had spent the last few years of his war years in America. He was a very shrewd man. So instead of going to Russia, although he was a staunch Marxist, he settled down in America and left only in 1948 when the anti-communist senators took over and started uh, interrogating people for un-American activities. The play, as I said, is autobiographical. In fact, Williams' mother, Mrs. Williams, was sitting in the front row, and she found a lot of familiar speeches like "Rise and Shine" and what she tells her son. At the end of one act, Williams, in fact, there are no act, there are scenes. Williams took his mother backstage, introduced her to the actress who played a role. The actress said playing a role was not difficult. She's just a silly woman. But Williams' mother remained dignified and didn't stoop to the level of the actress. Anyway, the play has memories of Tom Wingfield's early adulthood. By the way, Tennessee Williams' name was uh, Thomas Lanier Williams. So Tom is his own name. Tom Wingfield remembers his early adulthood at home with his mother Amanda and sister Laura. And he calls the whole play memory play. But there is a major problem here, a big catch. How can Tom see any incident through Laura's and Amanda's eye? Laura, remember, is his sister, and Amanda is his mother. Whose memories are these? And that's a question that is not answered. So there are interesting flaws in the technique of the play. Uh, Amanda is, in some ways, the most important character, the mother. She is a pathetic figure, abandoned by her husband, and she has a rather interesting humor. She says a man proposes. Can you guess what comes next? A man proposes, and the woman accepts the proposal. So Amanda has got her own kind of humor. She is trying to fix Laura in a profession. She thinks about Laura becoming a shorthand typist. But Laura is a cripple, and she is very fragile. She has a glass collection. She spends all her time with the glass collection. The interesting feature of the glass collection is a unicorn, and Laura first uh, is sent to a typing class, shortened class, where she vomits and she is not able to get back again, and the mother doesn't know. She finds it out later. Then the mother thinks about getting her married, not realizing that in those days, no gentleman would marry a girl who is a cripple, because Laura had one leg shorter than the others and could not walk easily. Anyway, Tom invites one of his friends, uh, Jim, and Jim comes to Laura and Amanda, and he is very, very nice to Laura, and he, in trying to encourage Laura, kisses her and then realizes he shouldn't have, because he is going steady with another girl called Betty. He keeps on calling himself Stumble Chick, Stumble Chuck. So Jim O'Connor is the one person from reality, but he is as far away from success in the worldly sense as uh, Tom and Laura and Amanda. Tom leaves Laura, and Amanda runs away like his father, joining the merchant marine. The play makes excellent use of lights. There are flashlights to focus on certain characters. And there's one scene that I want to focus on. In scene 3, Tom and Amanda are fighting. See, Amanda wants Tom to devote all his time to the family, to look after his sister, and to remain what is called, what she calls, a good boy. But Tom has other ideas. In fact, he tells Jim, who is visiting, referring to his father's portrait, "Here I am, the bastard son of a bastard father." And he follows his father, running away to join the merchant marine. Lights are used, as I said, to focus on certain characters. So the flashlight is used in this scene when Amanda and Tom are fighting. And but interestingly, the light is focused on Laura. This is because Laura is the cause of the quarrel, and the scenes are seen through Laura's eyes. The shadows are magnified. Amanda is a small woman. Her son, being the son of his father, is much taller, and he is able to simply dominate and terrify his mother. But the basic point is, how could uh, Tom see what is passing in Amanda's and Laura's mind? So, in that sense, the play has a primary flaw. As I mentioned, the narrator is a Brechtian device, had been used earlier by an American playwright called Thornton Wilder. He used this in a play, Our Town. But since Wilder was not a world famous playwright, it was not noticed. Williams was opposed to what he called the exhausted theatre of realism and the corrupting rush of time. About Amanda, we are told her life is paranoia. She's a little woman living vitally in her illusions. Laura is living in other illusions. She is exquisitely fragile, like her glass connection. The building, as William says, or says to Tom, is burning with slow and implacable fire of human desperation. And then he says, the scene is memory. The interior is rather dim and poetic. Tom enters dressed as a merchant sailor and says, "I turn back time." Thus is the social background, this is the social background of the play, and music begins to play. He motions to the uh, players on the side, "Start your fiddles." As he puts it, uh, the play is memory. Being a memory play, it is dimly lighted, it's sentimental, it's not realistic. I am the narrator of the play and also a character in it. In memory, everything seems to happen to music. That explains the fiddle in the wings and then they appear legend on the screen. The first legend is Où sont les neiges the Anton, the ballad of the ladies of bygone times by Francois Villon. It literally means where are the snows of bygone years. Lord Amanda lives in the past, but that doesn't help. Then we are told the characters are eating without uh, food or without utensils. There are no spoons, no forks. It's all indicated through gestures. Uh, Amanda loves to talk about her gentleman callers to mention how popular she was. Amanda is compared to the mother of Jesus. Uh, she is seen as Ave Maria. We think about the Pieta, the Virgin Mary holding uh, Jesus in her arms as he dies. In scene 2, interestingly, on the dark stage, the screen is lighted with the image of blue roses. Jim, in the school days, used to call Laura blue roses. As we all know, blue roses don't exist. I have never seen a blue rose or a green rose for that matter. So Amanda, uh, Amanda's attempt to fix Laura up doesn't help at all. The play also is full of literary echoes. For example, there's a legend on the screen, Annunciation, announcing the arrival of Christ. So, for some time, Jim O'Connor is seen as a Christ figure, as someone who will redeem the family. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen. Amanda dressing up Laura is seen as devout and ritualistic. All this is totally unrealistic. The wind comes with a faint, sorrowful sighing. The music becomes ominous. Laura's terror, she's afraid to open the door. And then we see Amanda as a girl. There's a clap of thunder indicating the real fear in Laura's mind. She doesn't want to face this young man, Jim O'Connor, who was a class fellow, the president of the class, immensely popular. When Jim is there, the lights go out because Tom had not paid electricity bill. Rather, he used that money to pay the subscription to Merchant Marines Group. A man's voice is heard singing off stage. Uh, Jim even tries to dance with her, and in the process, the horn of the unicorn is broken. When Jim tells uh, Laura and Amanda about betting, then there is total confusion. Shall I say a clap of thunder to indicate that thunder has descended on Amanda and Laura. At the end of the play, Laura blows out the candle. But we can't forget about Laura. The memory is still there. Williams calls his play the plastic theatre. As he puts it, the exhausted theatre of realism uh, has to go give way. Reality has to be molded and reshaped. As you can see, Williams theatre also has elements from Artaud's idea of dazzling the audience with sound and color. A streetcar named Desire, which is generally seen, and rightly so, as the greatest play by Tennessee Williams, his best, uses a variety of devices that contribute to the plastic theatre. The word plastic basically means something which molds reality, which shapes reality. First of all, the streetcar named Desire has what we call synesthesia. It refers to the warm breath of the brown river. Now, the brown river should appeal to our eyes, not to our sense of touch or our smell. It refers to paintrodulences of the bananas and coffee, the smells of bananas and coffee. Obviously, bananas and coffee are both meant to appeal to our appetite, our sense of taste, but there's also the whole idea of the appeal to our noses, smell. Williams uses a variety of devices in the Arthurian manner to show how uh, uh, dialogues can be enhanced by music and light. The scene changes are throughout light. There's a tenor piano, a blue piano playing at the corner. Uh,
Uh,
Certain parts
sir,
become, yeah, yeah,
sir, I'm sorry to
yeah.
be playing the strict ringmaster,
Yeah.
but I will have to request you to conclude in 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll do
Yeah.
that. Okay. So there are scene changes through lights. Certain parts become visible at one moment, and then certain other parts when the time comes. Blanche comes in these quarters, and you observe continuously the interplay of light and shadow and shade, the visual impression. For example, Blanche's trunk has a powerful visual impact of the jewelry. The tenor piano is all the time there, uh, around the corner. The sound and light of the locomotor frighten Blanche, but they're sent inside. There are two scenes of simultaneous action in scene three. Outside, Stanley Kowalski, Stella's husband, playing poker with his friends. Inside, his wife Stella and her sister Blanche, the heroine of the play, uh, listening to music. And then one of the poker players who is single, he comes inside and uh, he disturbs the poker game, as it were, since the fourth partner is missing. In this scene, there's also, uh, as a background, a famous painting of Van Gogh, the great Dutch painters, a billiard parlor. When Stanley beats up Stella and she comes back to him, there's a low tone clarinet moan. I'll take a couple of minutes more, okay? Blanche, the heroine of the novel, or I should say, uh, vamp in the novel, sorry, the heroine in the play, the vamp in the play, was married when very young to a young man called Alan. And one day, she entered a dark room and discovered that Alan was with an old man. And they were having a homosexual interaction. She goes out with him in the evening, with in fact both of them, and then she subtly tells him, "I know everything. You disgust me." And then Alan runs out, and she hears soon a revolver shot. He had put the revolver in his mouth and shot himself, and that is something that Blanche can never get over. She's obsessed with young boys of 16, 17. As a school teacher, she tries seducing young boys of 16, 17. And you observe that even in front of the audience, she's trying to seduce a young boy who comes to collect uh, some donation for a newspaper. In scene 8, I'm coming to the close, okay? Uh, there's a torch of sunlight which blazing on a big water tank. Uh, and that is something which creates the atmosphere, with the dazzle there. And there's always the Varsoviana, the polka tune that was playing before that boy shot himself, and then the revolver shot. Now these are inside the mind of Blanche. The Varsoviana, the revolver shot, and then at a certain time, when Blanche has been exposed by Stanley, and the man she thought was going to be a rock, going to be some kind of a cleft in the rock of the world, uh, disowns her, turns away. She sees outside a blind Mexican woman with a dark shawl wearing, and wearing a blind Mexican woman wearing a dark shawl and crying, Flores para los muertos, flowers for the dead, and Blanche is terrified. Uh, in the scene, I'm coming to the end now. Before the end, uh, when Stanley rapes her, scene 10, there are 11 scenes in all. Blanche sees shadows on the wall, the reflections, the grotesque sounds, and then she hears hot trumpet and drums, which are associated with Stanley, and then she is raped. In the final scene, the very final scene, the doctor and the nurse come from the asylum to take her away. The nurse says, "Hello, Blanche," and it echoes throughout the walls. "Hello, Blanche, hello, Blanche." The greeting is echoed and re-echoed, and when she says, "Now, Blanche," now, Blanche, again reverberates, and then she goes to the asylum. That is the end of uh, A Streetcar Named Desire. What I have done so far is to have discussed the European background at some length, and two major plays of Tennessee Williams, in fact, two of his best plays. What I haven't done so far is to have talked about Arthur Miller's Death of a Salesman and his View from the Bridge, and then the British drama, in which I'll, in a minute or two, talk about the major trends. We have Christopher Fry continuing the tradition of T.S. Eliot in a play like Phoenix Too Frequent. I'll just give you one line. Where is the cautious voice which made balanced sheets sound like Homer and Homer sound like balanced sheet? Then we have the entire Osborne group, Osborne's great plays, Look Back in Anger, Entertainer, and Luther, each one of which is a fresh departure. But as I said, my talk finally is going to be uh, American drama and its British background. I should say immediate post-war American drama and its European background. What I have done is I have discussed three trends in European drama: surrealism, come expressionism, then the epic theater and the theater of the absurd, and then I have tried to show in only two American plays how some of these are continued. For the absurd theater, I'll have to go to Edward Albee, for which there is no time. So I think I should apologize for having taken so much of your time and say bye bye. Of course, I'm there to answer all the questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Quickly, we move on to the next presentation. I invite Professor Ravisinh Zala. Professor Ravisinh Zala, as we all know, is the head of the Department of English and Comparative Literary Studies, Swaraj University, Rajkot. Sir has been teaching Indian English drama for more than 25 years now. And so it is always wonderful listening to him on the topic of Indian English drama. Zala sir, I request you to start your presentation.
Sir, you need to unmute yourself. Zala sir, you're on mute.
Yeah. So without much ado, addressing our mentor and senior professor Prashant Sinha, with whom I very humbly share this session, Professor Mehta sir, as well as colleagues and all young minds who joined here for the session. My topic for the session is Indian English drama, and as charted out, it is this last century of development and growth and experiments with drama form. So Professor Sinha has very rightly and very comprehensively tried from realism
I think there's some problem with the sound.
Yeah, actually, sir, the weather here is stormy. The lights have gone off.
I see.
So there might be some fluctuations in the internet. I think Zala sir is back. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So maybe there might be problem. I'm not using any headphone, or so that clarity also might
No, you're audible,
hinder.
sir. Now audible.
But I would like to. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to begin with little dramatically, but mysterious an experience that I had today, and that is you can understand through a statement that we generally make. That's book finds readers. So in the same way, if we can, do speakers also find concept notes? Uh, I came across a concept note on my desktop, which the file is also probably not named, and it says T null. Now, that doesn't open without certain fine. So I thought, what is it? Today morning itself, this mysterious thing happened, and to my surprise, when I could open it in PDF form, what it came up with is that it was a concept note of a seminar in Ahmedabad, organized by Department of English and English, a national seminar, and the uh, theme or title of the seminar was Theatre and Dramatics, an endangered art or inevitability. And above all this, the concept note ends with I just caught as the title of the seminar suggests, we need to question whether drama is relevant genre or our time of our times, or is it fast becoming history? The current onslaught of cheap means of entertainment this is the last statement of the concept note of the seminar that was on theatre and dramatics and endangered art or inevitability. Again, I would not have taken time to speak of this, but surprising thing is that the keynote speaker was none other than Professor Prashant Sinha for the seminar. So I thought maybe in the panel, Professor, it might take him back to. And again, to link to what our topic, that is drama is, and the development in case of drama form. Drama is literature or otherwise, they know that it is a very short history of 200 years, and that is just because of the British advent and their presence here in India as colonizers. So this is a product of Indian English literature, is nothing else but a product of the English who ruled India, and that is why uh, uh, the history also is limited to 200 years. So I'll not go back into, or here there is no time to go back into these 2 centuries while we are discussing last century, but it is possible because of the short history of Indian English literature, and even yet shorter history of Indian drama. And to begin with, even if I ask students that who are a few Indian English dramatists that they can name, then I think 2 names are there always, and that are Girish Karnad and Mahesh Dattani, who are generally prescribed in the syllabus, and other dramatists we do not know. We do not know, or they are not well known, not well taken up by the critics, whatever the cases, or maybe it is just the beginning. Maybe in 19th century that drama form as a form, that other forms were introduced to Indian creative minds during 19th century, what we call Western forms. So there are 2 aspects or concerns always with Indian English literature when you go through the historical development of form or literature in general. And the thing is that how our writers, Indian writers, grapple with these Western forms, and the second is the language aspect. And most important one is that, of course, writing in English is also a concern, but most important for us is Indianizing. And how do they Indianize art or the new literary genres at hand? So in that case, 19th century, as Sri Aurobindo very rightly speaks of, the initial phase is the imitative phase. So it is regarded as simply imitation of the forms or structures or even movements. For example, Kachru goes on to an extent extremely to speak of Indian English literature is as all uh, English literature is the engine of uh, Indian English literature, or we are the bogies. We follow. So what Professor Sinha came up with, all different movements that he traced, or he spoke on the isms which influenced in the West, and particularly United Kingdoms or English writers. Here in our case, it is as if we follow. So there comes, for example, let's take the example of novel form. So when it is introduced or being experimented by Indian writers, it is generally the model before them, and the model is realism, realistic, social realistic Victorian novels, and accordingly up to independence or all pre-independence writer mostly followed that realism. And another aspect with drama form is that it is performing art and a public affair. So it's not meant or written to be read, but to be performed. So drama has its own conventions, and it takes in so many things that are not non-literary aspects or conventions. So when we think of these technical aspects, certainly if we have an anxiety of why even today or in the last 100 years, when we compare drama form with other genre, other literary form, why are there not many practitioners, or why have there been there a gap, or there was at times a wave, for example, absurd theater, then it died down within 20 years. You see with Pinter after Pinter, or Pinter also in his own life left writing absurd plays. So this is the case with drama, that we have very fewer writers whom we can regard as dramatists in case of Indian English literature. When I say dramatist, because all the practitioners are known for, say for example, Sri Aurobindo or Tagore. They are more known as poets or philosophers rather than dramatists. So they do not, or they are not recognized as dramatists. We don't remember them as dramatists. So, and that technical aspects with modernity, with mechanization, and particularly the advent or invention of camera and then moving camera or movies, very naturally the entertainment aspect. So in the concept note, if they say that it is on cheap means of entertainment in technology, that also is a reason where instead of drama, for entertainment or any other purpose, and very naturally it is films, it is movies, cinema, that becomes more popular a form for public, or what we call popular in its own term also. So that takes over drama, and that is why probably where there is no demand, why would writer, and again it needs multiple facets in order to be a dramatist, because we have to consider that it's not just a literary form to be read but to be performed. It's part of performing arts. Third thing, when it comes to India, very naturally our we are on very ancient, rich Indian tradition. And in case of arts, again, if I go back to Sri Aurobindo, in Renaissance in India, he speaks that we have almost finished, or we have experimented with all art forms, 64 art forms to finish them. Finish them means to you cannot add anything to it, and that speaks of the excellence. That speaks of the our ancient heritage with all arts. And so is the case with drama form. Other Western forms might have been new. For example, a prose, fictional writing, that might have been a little new. Not is the case with poetry, but prose writing and fictional writing were certainly new. And then too, what happens is when it comes to uh, bank on and the uh, Indian mind, Indian writers very naturally has the baggage that is of Indian traditions. So in case of drama, we have a very rich tradition, and it is more ancient than, because the Western tradition is mainly Greco-Roman plays that even up to our times, contemporary times, you can see that how now and again it is reflected. While in case of Indian tradition, we have Natya Shastra by Bharat Muni, and which is regarded as the fifth Veda. Now, this is how drama is regarded, and drama, even in Natya Shastra, it is regarded as a form that is a boon given to the devas so that they can impart knowledge of the Vedas to very common people who cannot go and read. So, through performances, as well as we have the tradition of dance drama. All our dances are also, they also have much to do with acting or mudras. And thus, Natya Shastra is not just comparable with the dramatics of the West, because it brings in all this other aspects of drama. And thus with this very rich tradition, what happens is that during 19th century, of course, you have very fewer writers. And to name a few, I would just speak of two major writers, K.M. Banerjee, and name a play, The Prosecuted, that was published in 1931, is regarded as the first Indian English drama by N.K. Nayak. And of course, a few attempts were made earlier. But among the major writers, it is Madhusudan Dutt, who is probably a writer who can be considered as, with the, in case of output also. And his Is This Called Civilization, originally written in English, also gives him place in the history of Indian English literature. Other plays of Madhusudan Dutt are also are translated plays. He originally wrote in Bengali, and then now this is also a case and a problem with Indian English literature, is that whom to regard, whom to account as Indian English writers. For example, few historians, they don't give much space to Rabindranath Tagore, a great writer, a poet, just because most of his writings are originally written in Bengali, and then he self-translated, or many works are translated by others, but most of the well-known works are translated by himself. So this is a problem, that whether to consider Tagore as a Bengali writer as well as Indian English writer, because he has self-translated it. And little derogatory statement about Indian English literature is that all Indian English literature is translation. So that is, originally the writer may think of creatively in his own native or mother tongue, and then he translates himself. So it is all self-translation. So be it so. Why I'm probably going into it is that even in the last century, that is the 20th century, the practitioners that we have, along with Sri Aurobindo, uh, that is in the pre-independence time from 1900 to Rabindranath Tagore, T.P. Kalisnan, Harindranath Chattopadhyay, Bharti Sarabhai, and T.P. Kalisan, A.P.S. Iyer, and J.M. Limbu Prabhu. Now, all these names you might have referred in the history books, literary histories, but as practitioners of other forms rather than dramatists, and they all contributed with their poetic plays as well as plays based on say reforms, because it is the Gandhian period also. Parallels you can draw with other forms as well as keeping with the period. Very rapidly coming down to post-independence Indian English drama, and in the early phase you can see the best of the experiments by G.V. Desani, whose Ali published in 1950, first poetic play, and probably which was staged also in India as well as abroad. Then we have, along with Desani, we have Krishna Swami, Manrishwaran, then Lakan, they remember them as dramatists. Among, when we look at the bulk, then it is as many as 30 plays were written by Asif Kurumboy, and he finds place as a dramatist in all three major literary histories of Indian English literature, along with, of course, the later writers. And I do not have that time right now, but very naturally, I could have discussed at least Girish Karnad and Mahesh Dattani. And writers after the 60s. So Pratap Sharma read these plays. Now, I just very briefly speak of the aspect that is or is there a real danger before drama? Because when we think of say drama going public, it is just a class that go to theater. And young minds here who have joined, I doubt that in your lifetime you have found that people like cinema, they are so enthusiastic, or it is so popular when some drama is staged in our town or our city. So that is a state, but as against that, it is to be what you call too sacred about calling something literature. We have not considered one major aspect, and that is folk tradition. So all these modern writers banked on the myth and folk, and that is how they experimented it on the modern stage. So the convention of modern stage, where it is a closed stage, and Sir mentioned Brecht and the epic theater. So the distance between the just as one example through that in epic theater, what was practiced is that fourth wall was broken, or the curtain is removed. So there is no space between you can find actors among the audience also, and this is tradition, and this is how the dramatist, a great and folk in his plays and all of us know of his first play ART, which is based on a mythical story from Mahabharata, as well as historical play Tughlaq, and a well-known folk uh, play Nagmandal. Hayvardhan too uses folk myth from all the three stratas, so and human. Uh, what does he do and how does he do? So in that case, probably we might think of these writers born in and around say 30s and 40s. They grew up with the folk theatre and Ram Leela, Ras Leela, Nautanki, Tamasha of Maharashtra, Bhavai and Akyan in Gujarat, Jatra in Bengal, and Yakshgan in case of Karnataka. So Girish Karnad in his introduction, very introduction to the three plays, he very clearly mentions that how he was brought up viewing, watching, being an audience to this Yakshgan. And the major writers that we take note of when it comes to Indian drama or Indian English drama are also among the ones like Vijay Tendulkar, Badal Sarkar, Rakesh Mohan from Hindi, Bengali, and um, uh, Marathi, and Girish Karnad from Karnataka. Mahesh Deshani is a Gujarati, and the exception is Mahesh Deshani has written his plays originally in English, while the others that I mentioned, their plays are translated, and particularly Girish Karnad, who is taken note of or taken or is accounted as in Indian English playwright. All his plays are uh, translated by himself, and that is why they are considered as Indian English playwright. But the experiment that has gone into is exceptional, and for the scholars, probably much has been done, but it comes very naturally to the Indian creative mind with this very age-old ancient traditions, and they are brought up. They were lucky. Today, probably in Gujarat, for example, Bhavai and the Bhavai Mandalis, that is the troops, they are extinct. There hardly is one Bhavai Mandal professionally doing it. Otherwise, yes, for example, Akhyans are popular. We cannot outrightly speak of drama fading away or fine. So it is popular. And along with Akyan, you have Kathas. Kathas are more dramatic, or it brings in many dramatic or elements of drama. And to add very rapidly, I would say that Girish Karnad and his experimentation, one probably terminology or one research problem that researchers have often taken up is to study his plays as meta drama. When we say meta drama, very natural as it is, we speak of it as postmodern plays, right? Self-reflexive aspect in literary endeavor. So his plays are meta plays or meta drama. Now, how do they become meta drama, or what is it that Karnad artistically employs, incorporates from Indian folk tradition that a play becomes a meta drama? The simple convention in Indian tradition is of praveshak, and this praveshak introduces there always is a praveshak who introduces a play, and he takes us to the main play after the forward in most of Girish Karnad's play. So this is how it comes very naturally to speak of drama about say stories and drama about plays. Nagmandal is a good example wherein there is a writer, a playwright himself, who is named as man, not named but man, and um, very dramatically it is his last day, and he says that he will survive only if he can stay awake all his night. Now the whole performance is about making him stay away, how interesting art is, or or performances that he will stay away all night, and he promises. Earlier, he had taken a vow that I will never write a play anymore or any piece of literature anymore because it is the curse of his right that the audience were set to sleep in the theater, that he was cursed that he will die if he doesn't stay awake one whole night. And this is the last night that. So this is how it is well woven a drama and incorporating these folk aspects, like say you in the same play you have the flames. Fine. It is very much a folk imagination to think of flames who come together. They can be humanized, and popular imagination is that must have been that where do flames go when the lamps are put off at night? So they get together. But this is gossip in more in our terms. It is the gossip that is introduced instead of dialogues, or they become dialogues in the play. So there has been many varied experimentations by Vijay Tendulkar, socialist leaning, Marxist leaning, and so is the case with Tendulkar, Badal Sarkar as well as, and they used it as a tool, the drama as a tool with the progressive writing, and that's how it becomes. It was never the case with the right-leaning writers because it was already there in the pop. Whatever the cultural routines were there, that is popular even today. But the use of modern stage and again incorporating myth, folk as well as history has probably given an impetus that we can speak of these writers as great Indian English writers. Thank you. I know I have gone rapidly, but I hope that I could put forward a few points like what happens when Indian mind, Indian creative mind grapples with a Western form and Indianizes it. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Zala sir. Um, I think we will quickly have one or two questions. The next panel discussion is lined up at 3:30. So we have around 5 to 10 minutes of question, answer, and discussion. Of course, my role here is just to moderate the question, answer, and interaction session. I'm not chairing this session because both the speakers, one is my teacher, and Professor Sinha happens to be my teacher's teacher's teacher. And so, of course, I cannot be chairing this session. In fact, it was very difficult to find out a chairperson, so we thought let us not have a chairperson for this session, and we'll just conduct the question answer or the interaction. Any of the participants, if they have a question, you may kindly unmute, and the speakers will be ready to address your question. Both the papers, we had so many things to learn from Sinha sir's paper. For instance, I know how there was a split between the traditional drama and the more serious works that came up in the 1950s. The kind of continental innovations, and of course we had the political and satirical themes that reflected social unease and rebellion, philosophical inquiries into human existence, some revolutionary ideas around colonization, loss of territory, etc. So that was the Euro-American tradition, which is so different from Indian English drama that deals with themes of post-colonial identity, socio-political issues, cultural hybridity, And then in 1960s and 70s, we had the absurdist and the existentialist experimentations. Of course, Zala sir was mentioning Girish Karnad, so the incorporation of the folk with the classical Indian theatre, and then probably uh, Mahesh Dattani and others who address issues of gender, caste, LGBTQ, etc. So I mean, all in all, what we got to learn, in fact, was that 20th century is such a rich time period, such a fertile time period as far as drama is concerned, and naturally 90 minutes is too less a time to be addressing all these themes and these lines of development, parallel lines of development in both the traditions. uh, but then yeah, if there are any questions, of course. Yes, Kalpana madam, please. I think we'll first take up. Yes, yes, madam.
Yeah.
And then we have
Dialogue.
Monali Chatterjee will take up her question.
Okay.
Yes.
Dialogue between people, even in the house, you find is dwindling nowadays. People are glued to either mobile or any other screen for that matter. So, do you think that is affecting, the produce, even drama as such? Because, conversation between people, interaction between people, it is because everyone is now playing either games or listening to social media, getting caught into that, small screen or big screen. OTT and all that, So is it because of that, and the technological, is it hampering this progress? That just is a general question. Both of you, anyone can. You
Okay,
agree or
this is a
disagree?
general question.
It's a general.
Any of the speakers can
Okay.
Not much
accept.
of a dialogue, that's what I think, anyway, because of mobile.
I would say that it is. And it's unfortunate that over the last 40, 50 years,
Hmm.
I should say 40, 50 years, let's say since 1990s or so, no great playwright has emerged.
That's why.
We have experiments in theater,
Hmm.
experimental production, but they're all essentially performance oriented. And
Yes.
one of the best known, journals for theater, that is Twillian Drama Review, has now turned entirely into a performance journal. So that's part of the problem. There's no doubt that no doubt whatsoever that uh, dramatic literature hasn't
Hmm.
in the last 30 years or so.
Uh, all right, Dr. Monali Chatterjee. Before that, Zala sir, would you like to respond to this question
Yeah, I
raised
think.
by Kalpana madam? Sir, sir, you are on mute, sir.
Yeah. Sinha sir has very rightly consented to what it is. I think it is not just drama that we need to think of the influence of technology and particularly using of these mobiles and devices. It is in all spheres of life, but particularly drama and art form because this gives you all the effects. That is along with visual effect. There is music and that is why in general with literature what you see is that people don't read much, so that readership is slowly waning away. So that is going to affect and already we can see the effect in our own times.
Right. Dr. Monali Chatterjee, yes.
Thank you very much for that amazing presentation from both the speakers. My first question is directed to Dr. Sinha. there are these writers like Tom Stoppard, whom we still consider as a classic writer. And then there are these new writers like Adam Brace or Carrie Churchill or um, John Agard, Palm Gems. They are all British dramatists of the present time. How do you think their writing would make an impact into our kind of literature? Does it really have any kind of relevance to what is happening in the present day around us as an autocratic rulers, or whether we have wars around us or things of that kind? That's my first question. And my second question is something that I guess any of you can answer, is as in when we think of plays, we all know that any kind of entertainment in the present day, nowadays, of course, it has turned to web series, but even that depends to some extent on the kind of story that is given. What could be a direct or a very good story for a web series that is still not created?
Okay. Can I answer first?
Yes, please.
First of all, I do want to thank you for mentioning the names of Thomas Stoppard and Carol Churchill. They are both good playwrights. In fact, one of my papers sometime back included Thomas Stoppard's Indian Ink. Stoppard's, let's not forget, had some Indian links. In fact, he was born, I think, near Darjeeling, if I'm not mistaken. And Stoppard did write a very, very prominent play. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead. So that way, Stoppard has been a major figure. But see, he also wrote in 1970s and 80s and 90s. See, so that was one thing. Secondly, Edward Bond was a major figure who appeared on the scene in late 60s, I think. Bond appeared on the scene. 70s he flourished, even in 80s. I do want to mention Carol Churchill's Top Girls, but I would say that the most promising female playwrights was Sheila Delaney, A Taste of Honey. She wrote the play when she was 18 or 19 years old, and it was a remarkable play. Unfortunately, she turned to screenplay writing like the majority of playwrights. One of the playwrights I would normally have talked if I had time, but unfortunately, I could have taken 3 to 4 hours to discuss everything fully. Was Edward, was Shell, sorry, who was I talking about? I got lost the link.
You spoke about Shelley Delaney?
Yeah. Sheila Delaney.
Sheila Delaney.
You see, so she turned to screenplay writing. Robert Bolt, one of my playwrights in fact, I have a full chapter on Robert Bolt, and I published an article on him. He also turned to screenplay writing, occasionally writing for his own plays. But if I'm not mistaken, he wrote a screenplay for Dr. Zhivago and who else? I think
you spoke about Tom Stoppard as well.
Yeah, Tom Stoppard has Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead, and I think his Edward, his play, The Indian Ink, is a remarkable play, and I certainly admired reading the play. And see, it is a little critical of Indian prudery, but I think as an outsider, he must have seen how prudish Indians can be. I'm being a little harsh on our own tradition. See, but Stoppard and Stoppard's rewriting of Hamlet was remarkable. And actually, in a sense, he also looked at Prufrock referring to the attendant lords and not the Prince of Denmark. Remember, Prufrock talks about the attendant lords?
Yes.
And actually, in Indian Drama, I'll have to beg pardon of Professor Zala. The best plays are by Indian writers writing in Indian languages and who are translated. See, because if we think about the best Indian plays that have made waves, we have to think about Tendulkar. And I would say that Ghasiram Kotwal is a classic. Nothing really can match Ghasiram Kotwal. See, and that is a lot more powerful than Sakharam Binder. Sakharam Binder has, is a little too rough. Ghasiram Kotwal is, very, very uh, vibrant. I remember I saw the play in 1979 when it was a new play, and I took with me an American law student who was in India for a short time. I think it was 1979 in India, in at Pune, and he saw the play without knowing a word of Marathi or Hindi, and said, "It's an extraordinary play." Just by looking at, hearing the music, and looking at the devices, and see, Badal Sarkar's Eva Mindrajit is again a classic, perhaps without many parallels. So is Mohan Rakesh's play about you and I. But actually, one playwright who was staged because of his wife being a director was Giv Patel. See, Giv Patel's wife, Tony Patel, was a director at Bombay, and the plays were staged. Mahesh Dattani does have a number of good plays, but obviously from a certain angle. So you have to agree with Mahesh Dattani's, I should say, it's not nice to say it, anti-Hindu rhetoric that is often there. He definitely is staunchly anti-BJP. I'm thinking about, what was that play? Where they talk about the riots.
Final solutions.
Yeah, yeah. So clearly, that is a good play, but written from a certain perspective. And something very interesting, which maybe it's not fair to diverge here. You see, Professor M.K. Naik used to stay in Pune, and we would often, after retirement, as I said, in Dharwad he was treated as a Marathi uh, critic. In Pune they treat him as a Kannada critic. So he said that Girish Karnad did not know Kannada, that he wrote in English, somebody else translated the play into Kannada. I don't know how true it is. This is something which he told me orally, so I can't prove that he actually uh, said it. But I think I'm not lying. I'm being truthful.
Thank you, sir.
All right. The discussion is indeed interesting, but what compels us to bring the session to a close is the other session on fiction that has been scheduled at 3:30 p.m. So I would hand over to Ayush for the formal vote of thanks. Ayush, are you there? I think again he's not audible.
Am I audible?
Yes, audible now.
So with that, uh, as Partha rightly mentioned, it is just due to time that we have to call the session to a close. If we had the liberty of time, we would definitely take up more time and give our speakers even more time than what we could. So I thank on the behalf of the organizing committee, all the members of the committee, on the behalf of the participants, I thank our speakers who have been here today and granted their time to us. And they took us through a medley of the various kinds of dramas, rising out of different contexts and backgrounds. With that, we come to a close for this particular session. And after a few minutes of break, I think we will meet again for our last session for the day, which will be on fiction. Am I right, sir? What, sir?
Yeah, we can take 5 minutes of break and
Yes.
we can
So,
meet again.
okay. So it is as per the clock that I am following. It is 3:30 right now. We disperse for 5 minutes and we meet again at around 3:35 or 3:40.
Yeah, we can
That
meet
will be
at
it.
3:35 so that we can begin at 3:40.
Yes, that is right. Yes.
We have the panel on fiction where Dr. Shamik Malla from VIT Chennai and Ms. Siti Lonkar will be speaking. Thank you very much. The meeting is on. We can put off our audio and video for 5 minutes, take a break, and come back. Thank you, everyone. I think Sinha sir is back.
Yes. From mute, but he's here.
He's here. Sir, shall we begin? Professor Sinha?
Sir, you are on mute.
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please begin. In fact, I was here at 3:38.
All right. Yeah, Sanjana, go ahead.
Okay, let's begin. Good afternoon, everyone. The chairperson for this panel on fiction, Dr. Pratima Chavan, our respected panelists, Dr. Samik Malla and Professor Siddhi Lonkar, and our curator, Dr. Prashant Sinha sir, and our dear participants. I take this opportunity to welcome you all to the third session of the panel discussion at the National Webinar on Revisiting Literature and Literary Theory in the Past 100 Years. Following the insightful discussions on poetry and drama, we now turn our attention to fiction. This genre, in its countless forms, offers us immersive journeys into fantastic worlds and exploring the depths of human experience and the intricacies of narrative. From the earliest oral tradition to the contemporary novel, fiction has captivated audiences, providing unique lenses through which we understand ourselves and the world around us. Today, our esteemed speakers will delve into the diverse landscapes of fiction, examining its power to illuminate, challenge, and entertain across various styles and perspectives. As they share their expertise, we encourage you all to reflect and to note down any questions for the Q&A session held towards the end. This panel will be presided over by Dr. Samik Malla and Professor Siddhi Lonkar and chaired by Dr. Pratima Chavan. Now, please join me in warmly welcoming our chairperson, Dr. Pratima Chavan. Her extensive experience includes serving as the head of the English department at Dr. D.Y. Patil Arts, Commerce and Science College, Pimpri, Pune from 2013 to 2020. Currently, she holds the position of in charge PG and plays a crucial role as a coordinator for NAC Criteria 2. Dr. Chavan was also a core member of the NAC Cycle 3 committee and dedicated 4 years as a student's development officer under SPPU. Furthermore, she coordinated a significant national conference on Indian writing in English. As a senior supervisor and mentor for Paramasha Criteria 2, her insightfuls are invaluable. Dr. Chavan also contributes as the Pune District Coordinator and under BST SPPU. We are honored to have you here as the chair, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us on such a short notice.
Thank you so much, Sanjana. Thanks a lot.
And now please welcome the first speaker for this panel, Dr. Samik Malla. Dr. Samik Malla is an assistant professor at VIT Chennai, having received his PhD from IIT Madras in 2023. He has been an Erasmus Mundus IB-IES Fellow at the Department of Philosophy at the University of Milan, Italy from 2015 to 16, which was awarded by the European Union and was granted the London Review of Books Student Fellowship by the LRB in 2018. He is the managing editor of the Journal of Contemporary Thought. The title of his talk is Recent Trends in Novel Writing, Circles of Prestige and Canonization. We're honored to have you here, Dr. Malla. We also request you to keep to time and complete your talk within 35 to 40 minutes so that we can dedicate more time to your interactions at the end. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, I would like to share a slide. Do I need to be made host or can I just do it directly?
I think you can just present your screen, sir.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Visible.
Yes.
Okay, so it's I think it's almost 3:45, so I'll take about half an hour, and then maybe we'll have a few minutes for discussion. So in case I overshoot, could you just remind me at the end of 30 minutes that it's already 30 minutes?
Sure, sure. In fact, you can take 35 minutes, Shami. We'll keep the question answers after both the speakers have done.
And that's fine. I mean, just remind me for 30 minutes.
Yeah, yeah, sure, sure. Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So, I mean, I have to say thank you all for making it here after lunch, especially at around 3:30, 4 o'clock. Not the most popular slot in class timings in my experience here among students. So can't be very different for online talks either. So having said that, um, given that the session is on fiction at large, and in my earlier discussion with Parth, we were both wondering what should we focus on, because I specialize on theory, but I also in my PhD looked primarily at contemporary fiction in the last 30 years in both American and the British canon. So what I thought about is I'd rather focus on the circles of prestige, as we call them, the invisible threads that go behind the scenes in processes of canonization, which is to say, what novels are accorded the degree of prestige through what processes, what networks. So we'll take a look at that today. I'll also briefly look at some of these novels, but the primary focus will be on the trends that go on into the processes of prestige and canonization. So a very interesting shift that has happened, as we all know as students of literature, is the novel began its major journey in, let's say, early Victorian era, was a bit of a disreputable format of literature. It struggled for a very long time to attain the degree of prestige that poetry, epics, tragedies, and other forms had. And it was a time when at least European universities were dominated by the classics. So an educated person would be expected to know Latin, Greek, would be conversant in Virgil and Homer, and less so in what was then called vernacular languages. The term vernacular languages itself is a bit of a problematic term because the word comes from verna, which in Latin meant something to do with a slave. So, for example, the culture of a slave or the house of a slave, anything pertaining to a slave. Now, vernacular literature was not all about slavery. In fact, it had nothing to do with slavery as it existed in the early 19th century. Who were the people, the initial readers of this new form of the novel? Mostly middle class, educated women. And it took a while for it to gain this status of high literature, which it has eventually done over the period of time. In fact, even in early, I think, Jane Austen novels, we see references where reading novels was seen as a pastime, but not something of serious literary endeavor worthy of it. Having said that, the novel form, which started its journey as a mass cultural product, has now attained a very dubious status where it is seen as high literature in many circles. It is studied in the academy, studied in the universities, debated upon, but its popularity among the people who brought it into being, the masses, the readers, have taken a hit. And for reasons not unknown to any of us. Netflix is a immediate culprit that comes to mind, but we are all guilty of it. Given the ease of access of of this kind of passive entertainment, which movies, TV shows, and other forms give us, the effort, the active engagement required on the part of the reader is something which is diminishing with time. So the novel has now more or less uh, been relegated to specific circles, specific elite circles, if I might use the term. Now, what or how are these circles established and continued? I'll mention a few, and then in our Q&A we can probably uh, pick up a few more strands. One, of course, is the whole award industry. The Nobel Prize is the biggest uh, stamp of literary approval, the ultimate um, marker of literary prestige, if there can be one, despite the fact that its history is fraught with misses as it is with hits. The Nobel Committee missed several brilliant writers, but they did pick several good ones as well. The Booker Prize is another example. The Pulitzer and the National Book Award in the US are others. The Booker Prize is an interesting example also because it began as a prize dedicated to the Commonwealth and the British Isles and has recently expanded its horizons to include world literature at large. They also have a separate International Booker Prize, which tries to fill in the gap that the Booker Prize targeting English literature often doesn't. These awards have been dominated by certain geographical locations, as is very obvious from their names. And it is not beyond anybody's understanding as to that the circle of prestige and processes of canonization often takes a tour through these circles. So, ironically, Indian writers are often seen to have arrived, to have finally come on stage when they finally receive the acceptance through these circles of prestige. Where do we stand in India? Of course, we have the literary festivals. The Jaipur festival comes to mind, and I'm sure everyone has heard of it if they haven't visited it already. We have multiple processes through which these formats are established. For instance, literary magazines like the New Yorker, like the New York Review of Books, the London Review of Books, Times Literary Supplement, and a few more, they seem to be playing the role of the gatekeepers. So it is when you are published, say in New Yorker, a fiction writer who makes it is immediately seen to have arrived. The network is also held together through people like Andrew Wiley, a very well-known literary agent, often nicknamed the Jackal. In fact, almost every other popular novelist that you might have heard of or can think of would probably be represented by one of them, including Andrew Wiley. Salman Rushdie is one of them, Martin Amis, several others. Now, is this a bad thing? Not necessarily. What is the alternative to not having checks and balances in the literary world? Anything gets published, self-publishing. How do we come about bringing any acceptable form of merit, given that merit itself is such a problematic term, if there is no checks and balances at all? So the answer is we do need institutions, we do need literary critics, we do need processes of canonization, but we also need to interrogate them. The canon doesn't need to be destroyed simply because it's written by the dead white men of the past centuries, but it needs to be expanded. It needs to be more inclusive, which is already happening. If you look at the list of Nobel laureates in the past few years, the list of Booker Prize winners in the past few years, there has been a concerted attempt at diversification. Now, where do we come in this picture? We, as in people in the academia, students of literature, some of us who also participate as critics, writers, researchers. Of course, literary prizes are often, it's a revolving door. So many famous academics also form part of these uh, societies or networks, which then go on to canonize the books. Prestigious publishers, of course, there are in the US there are 5 major publishers like Knopf, like in Penguin, for example, Random House. Now these are uh, uh, ones which also play, in a sense, you could say, an oligopolic situation where they frame and they decide what is where the trend goes and what gets accepted. The other role that academia has been playing for the past few decades is in the form of creating these programs called the MFA, the Master of Fine Arts programs in creative writing, in universities like Iowa, for example. Now, these programs are of, let's say, some sort of questionable success, because not many who have graduated from them have gone on necessarily to make a mark in the field as writers. But they have become a very interesting part of the literary landscape in the US, particularly. How? They often form a stable source of, let's say, scholarship or employment for many struggling novelists who might be good novelists, might be great novelists, but may not have made the mark for whatever reason. So, having looked at all of this, let's now quickly come to the the headline of this, which is the recent trends in fiction, particularly in novels. If any of you would pick up a literary magazine from the 80s or even early 90s, you'd find that a lot of the debate, and I'm sure you are probably studying it in your literary theory courses. By you, I mean the students here. It was the heyday of what we call theory. A lot of activity in these universities, in processes of criticism, was about questioning the foundations of meaning making, the very stability of meaning, how language interacts with it, whether it is possible to pin meaning down to anything after deconstruction or after post-structuralism as at large. Now that debate raged in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, but it also coincided with the peak of what has now come to be known as this postmodern fiction. Huge tomes, big novels, sometimes running well beyond 1,000 pages. You might or may not have heard of The Infinite Jest by David Foster Wallace. And most of these writers who began in that era, including Zadie Smith, the British writer who's still writing, their idea of a great novel was to be omniscient in a literary sense, which is to say, a novel would contain information about information technology, about what is going on in Balinese cockfights, probably religious tensions in some part of the world, probably latest findings in neurosciences in some other part of the world. And it was seen as a boon, as something desirable, to pack your tomes with mountains of information. That faced a backlash from the end of the turn of the century. So, for instance, around 2000, 2001, the literary critics started questioning what was the point of literature if it just tries to do what Google is increasingly able to do? And by then, Google was only 2-3 years old. Google was founded in 1998. Today, of course, nobody would even dream of competing with Google. It makes no sense. So the postmodern novel, as it was understood at that time, began to be questioned on its fundamental basis of authenticity. Does it carry an authentic voice at all? What or how is it representing ethical issues? Because a lot of these novels were so caught up in the cerebral intellectualization that it often would turn a blind eye to questions of ethics, but also questions of aesthetics. So now, when we look at the recent trends in the novel, if I would call it an industry, but that's not necessarily a positive term, we would notice recent novels have taken 2 or 3 major directions. One of them is called something called autofiction. So, for example, you might or might not have heard of somebody called Karl Ove Knausgård, a Norwegian writer, who started publishing a series of 6 novels in Norwegian from 2009 onwards. The novel became slightly controversial because it was named Min Kamp in Norwegian, which literally translated means my struggle or my life. Very closely associated with the German title Mein Kampf. But beyond all that, what was the novel about? Here was a writer who was writing thousands of pages describing banal, everyday moments of his life. Moments which are not, you would say, fictionalizable, something you would not find elevated enough for a literary treatment. His everyday thoughts, ideas, horrors, even the darkest, he plumbed the darkest parts of his psyche. And ironically, or probably not ironically, probably surprisingly, it became a runway hit in Norway, which has a population of about 4.5 million people, 45 lakhs. And this novel, the first copy, it ended up selling about 500,000, which is to say, 1 out of 9 people bought a copy of the novel. It was immediately picked up by international critics, including James Wood. I think Zadie Smith was one of them, and many of them started talking about it, and it began to be translated into English. And very soon after, the term that was used for it is called autofiction, a very interesting blurring of a memoir and fiction. Where does the memory end and where does the conscious fictionalization begin? That is, of course, open to question. But this trend, which was seen as a novel idea at that point, has now become rather commonplace. Several doctoral presentations I listen to these days are looking at some version of either autofiction or direct memoirs or a mix of both. Is the idea entirely new? No. But it has become dominant in the last 20-25 years. What else? If you look at the surge in the popularity of political fiction, which with explicit ideological messaging, probably as a counter to the lacuna that they had detected in the earlier postmodern novels, could be one of them. Now, these novels then lead to a very curious situation where very often the literary critic begins their criticism not by picking up the text first, but by focusing on the writer first. So instead of looking at the sincerity of the writer in being able to present whatever they are presenting. Now, novels have become testing grounds for authenticity. What does it mean? The first thing you would ask is, are you representing your own experience? If yes, is it authentic? Are you the right person to be representing that culture? If no, is it a case of cultural appropriation? Now, this critique started with I would believe, a genuine from a genuine position where it was looking at um, sort of cannibalization and exoticization of minor cultures, or let's say regional cultures, or Eastern non-Western cultures, often for the pleasure of the Occidental reader, but also while lacking a commitment to its sincerity or to the ethical aspects that underline it. It is not a surprise, therefore, that translations or early translations of many old Indian texts were or could be argued as exercises in politics, where representation becomes something to fight over. About 5 years back, one American writer, I can't recall her name immediately, came out with a book which talked about the Mexican immigration, I believe, the people who were migrating into the US and their struggles after reaching the US. It was assumed by her appearance that she probably belonged to that community. And just about 2 weeks before the launch of the book, it came to light that she was actually white, and she tried to pass as a Latina. No sooner did it happen than the release was cancelled. Several critics who were praising her immediately turned on her. The question I think we all need to ask as scholars of literature, students of literature, as people who love literature, is what do we really expect from a great writer? Has it not been one of the biggest strengths of literature to allow us to empathize with cultures, with people that we have never met, we never know? Is it not a strength if Shakespeare, a British person, could write Hamlet based in Denmark, or could write Romeo and Juliet based in Italy? Back then, of course, it was not called Italy, Verona. So I don't think any serious student of literature believes that writers are not capable of sincerely and beautifully representing other cultures. I think it's just that we are at a phase in the literary cycle where a lot of damage and harm has been done in the name of representation. So there is a backlash brewing. Nonetheless, it is still true that a lot, in fact, till date, a lot of these processes that lead to us accepting what novels are good novels, what novels should be taught at the universities, should be given the awards, are still largely dictated in the West. Think of all the major Indian English novelists for the last 25 years. Almost all of them are known to us because they're probably awarded the Booker Prize or the Pulitzer Prize or some other version of it. That is not an accident. The most recent example would be Gitanjali Shri from 2021, and a novel called Tombs of Sand in its English version. The difference, of course, is that the novel was written in an Indian language, in Hindi, and was then translated by Daisy Rockwell into English. So the prize awarded was called Booker, I think International Booker Prize. The International Booker Prize also awarded was also awarded to Han Kang earlier, who is the current Nobel laureate in literature. The Nobel Prize being another wonderful case study of how literary prestige is circulated, awarded, and probably also contained. So, having said all that, these trends that novels are now taking, for instance, towards autofiction, towards blending of fiction and non-fiction, uh, a large shift has also happened in its focus on non-fiction, by the way. We are also looking at or staring at a major juncture where increasingly people find themselves watching the film rather than the book, reading the book, which is not new, but it just has become infinitely easier with streaming services now. In the 90s, when I was growing up, it was still not unusual for a school child to sneak in storybooks, hide and read them, beneath the school textbooks. Um, read novels or read stories for what they were initially meant, which is pleasure, the pleasure of it, and not merely for critical analysis in universities, which does serve a role, but was not the primary aim, I'm sure, for the novelists. So these, to sort of summarize the trend that has been happening, the shift from sincerity to the question of authenticity, the shift towards non-fiction, towards autofiction, but also a lot of political writing, a lot of politicization of fiction, leading to, of course, certain writers like Amit Chaudhary and another Indian writer who critics simply don't understand how to fit in, because he doesn't belong to your typical post-colonial bracket, nor is it talking about any particular regional history or any particular subgroup or any narratives of resistance. How do you, or where do you fit in someone like Amit Chaudhary? Where do you fit in someone like a James Coetzee or someone like Olga Tokarczuk? Or someone like Zadie Smith, for that matter? I mentioned him earlier. Now, the interesting aspect to these writers, on the other hand, is that they do not lend themselves to easy inclusion in the kinds of syllabuses that are being framed increasingly in the academia. And what are these syllabuses that are being framed? If you speak to anybody who is currently doing doctoral research in the US or anywhere in the West, or has done any research there, would tell you the enormous difficulty that South Asian students often face if they try to break the mold. If any of you here, any of the students here, wishes, for example, to do a PhD on Marcel Proust or impact of Marcel Proust in the 19th century French novel, irrespective of how strong your command of French is or your knowledge of French literature is, you would be gently, perhaps not so gently, suggested that the funding lies in finding a topic in South Asia itself. Many of my seniors, friends who went to the US with, I would say, grander ambitions, ended up with a PhD on another South Asian topic, which ultimately dealt with the the usual suspects impact of post-colonialism today, and so on and so forth. For a long time, the universal was a category accessible only to the European white male. That has now been challenged. We are now seeing increasingly more people from diverse backgrounds who are not dead, who are not white, and who are not men. The thought I would like to leave you all with is we, does the global south, the non-Westerns, whether in these countries or in the West, are they still free to universalize? Can they still represent the human, the universal human experience? Or are we still going to grapple with, or are we still destined to limit ourselves to talking about our experiences as Indians, as South Asians, or probably as Tamilians, Bengalis, Kannadigas, what have you? That's the drift I'll end the talk with. So, what have we done? We have looked at how circles of prestige work, what roles these award ceremonies, these literary fests, these literary magazines, the agents, these publishing houses, the critiques, and of course the academics, us, play in the whole circle. We've also looked at some of the trends that have emerged in the last 20, 30 years. We looked at some of the writers like Karl Ove Knausgaard, but there's also Rachel Cusk. Elena Ferrante is another great example, an Italian writer who is still an object of mystery. Nobody knows who Elena Ferrante is. So, is that probably a way to talk about an experience without being questioned about your authenticity by entirely hiding your identity? I don't have an answer. Is Elena Ferrante really a middle-aged Italian woman who lives in Florence, as is often assumed? What if it's a brown man writing from Chennai? I mean, I don't think it is, but I would like to at least leave you with the thought of the possibility of what if it is. And where are we headed as scholars of literature, as admirers of literature, if increasingly literature is relegated to questions of authenticity, in which writers are pressurized to limit themselves to their own experiences? Imagine if we ever would have a Shakespeare, if he only had to talk about his life in a small town called Stratford upon Avon. By all accounts, his father probably was the mayor of that town. And there are occasional plays being staged there. But not much else was happening in that town. So I will leave you all with these questions. And of course, maybe we'll have about 5 to 10 minutes to take any further questions that you might have, or any comments, suggestions, discussions. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think we can take the questions towards the end after Siddhi ma'am's session as well.
Sure.
At the Q&A session. And thank you for this very interesting and insightful talk. And our next speaker is Professor Siddhi Lonkar, our very own committee member. She has an MA in English from Ferguson College, Pune. She works as an assistant professor of English at MIT Edity University in Loni Kalbur. Ms. Lonkar has also studied Japanese and completed level N2. She works as a translator, editor, and proofreader in English, Marathi, Hindi, and Japanese. Her research interests include adaptation studies and popular literature, and she plans to do a PhD in this area. She has presented papers at conferences and helped organize them. Currently, she is also working on abridging classic books for children. The title of her talk is Popular Fiction, Genres, Trends, and Significance. A very warm welcome to you, Professor Siddhi ma'am.
Thank you so much, Sanjana. So now we go from the one end of the spectrum to the another end. So we just talked about the canonical text and canonization. So now I'll take you to the other end of the spectrum, that is the popular fiction. So the title of my presentation is Popular Literature, Genres, Trends and Significance. Usually whenever we start talking about popular literature, we have to start with a justification. We have to start with a defense that why popular literature should be studied, why somewhere it is needed, or why somewhere it also has its own literary merit. But I have decided that I am going to flip the script and we will be talking about the significance of popular fiction at the very end. There is a huge bias that is there when it comes to popular literature. I have seen it from my own students, I have seen it from people around me. So there is definitely that distinction still there in place regarding the highbrow literature and the lowbrow literature. Popular literature is often seen as a site of suspicion. It is seen as a negative influence. It is seen in very negative terms. So instead of somewhere telling you why it should be seen in a different way, my hope is that I can take you through the journey of popular literature, the variety of popular literature, which can help change that perception. So before we start on with the different genres of popular literature, let me just quickly tell you about certain trends that have been happening in popular literature in the last 100 years. So once the popular literature as a concept started existing, once we started having mass readership, now in the 20th century and onwards, we have started moving towards the mass ownership of the books rather than mass reading of the books. So accordingly, we have had paperback revolution, ebooks, audiobooks, anything to ensure that the owning of the book is made even more convenient. And nowadays, again, we are going back slightly in the time. Again, the questions are being raised because when you buy ebooks, you don't actually own them. Same goes for audiobooks also. So now, again, somewhere that question has started occurring that I mean, only artifact that you can truly own is a physical copy of the book. So, what does that mean for the publishing industry? I suppose we'll find out in the coming years. But that is one of the recent trends that has been happening. Then, in the 20th century onwards, we have also started seeing these new institutions which are, in a way, dictating the taste of public when it comes to popular literature, such as the different book clubs that we have. Some of them are also TV clubs, some of them are celebrity run clubs. So if your book gets picked for that particular club, then it is guaranteed to be a bestseller. Then you will definitely find your readership. At the same time, there is also a thing called subscription boxes, which is also popular in the recent years, though that trend is somewhere on the decline. We also have the different literary prizes. I mean, when it comes to popular fiction, there is always that tiny bit of ambiguity when it comes to exactly what is counted under popular literature. So even the different literary prizes, their winners can end up becoming very popular. They can enter into that bestseller list. So that is why literary prizes are also becoming that institution. And here we don't need to restrict ourselves only to the prizes that so has mentioned already, but even the prizes like the Nebula Prize, the Hugo Prize, we also have even certain independent prizes. We also have even certain platforms which are coming out with their own lists of top 10 books in different genres, etc. The Amazon bestsellers list, etc. So all of these are also somewhere contributing to that dictation of the taste of popular fiction. Then platforms like Goodreads or other platforms also, which are replacing Goodreads now, they are also somewhere contributing heavily to, we can say, the propagation of only certain books, even in popular fiction. And of course, we are aware of BookTok, Bookstagram, BookTube, all of these different channels through which people are being pushed in a certain direction. And that is why a certain perception of popular literature is being created. So my presentation will be talking about these 3 points: that what is popular literature, the major popular genres and the trends in those certain genres, and the significance of popular literature. So when we talk about exactly what is popular literature, the word popular itself has multiple meanings. So that is where the ambiguity comes in. Of course, one of the most basic definitions that we can go for is that a popular fiction is one which is read and crucially enjoyed by many writers. Okay, so it is seen as the one that belongs on those bestsellers list. Everybody around you is reading that particular work, so that can be considered as popular literature. But at the same time, there is also another side to it, that something which is aimed at the general populace or something which comes from the general populace. So that is also another meaning that is associated with popular literature, as is the majority of the class. It's seen as the low educated or somewhere the lower class. That hierarchical connotation also comes in, and therefore that is why we have that negative connotation of lowbrow literature associated with popular literature. Popular literature is also the literature which is definitely rooted in time. It is oftentimes, that is why it is dismissed, that oftentimes it does not survive beyond its shelf life. Nobody talks about it anymore, or somewhere it does not make it onto the people's life-changing books, etc. So sometimes somewhere that is a deterrent why people are hesitant to confess that they read popular literature, that they enjoy popular literature. But that is actually the specialty of popular literature, that it is the fiction that most becomes its period and which is most caught in its own age. It is a very authentic, in a way, representation of the time in which it was written. That is why you will find all of those outdated references in some of the popular literature. Some people celebrate popular literature as a manifestation of the power of the people, but again, this has been heavily debated, and people have started realizing that it is just another tool which different institutions use for their own ideological purposes. But nobody can deny that it is a participatory literature, that the people who engage in popular literature, you often find them on fan fiction sites. They will do something about it, they will talk about it at the very least. So it is definitely that sort of participatory literature. It is the literature which meets the horizon of expectations that the readers have set for it, and that doesn't always have to be a bad thing. It can be a comfortable thing. It definitely has something to do with commerciality. Popular literature is always associated with commercial aspect. Yet at the same time, again, it is something inevitable in the current capitalist system. So merely discounting popular literature because of this particular reason seems a bit premature. There have been very, very staunch opponents to popular literature. We have the Lewis couple. So they saw it as an active threat to good literature. So they thought that popular literature was actually actively helping to destroy people's intellect. It was harming people. So it is also part of what is called as culture industry. So definitely there are a lot of negative connotations which we have associated with popular literature, which is the first problem that a lot of people face when they want to study popular literature. Again, I am refraining from giving any counterpoints right now, but definitely at the end of the presentations, we'll discuss it more. So from this, let us go to the major popular genres. So due to the paucity of the time, I'll not be able to take up all the genres, but we'll definitely touch upon the 6 major popular genres. Before we start with the first genre, let us discuss a little bit about what genre is. So genres are again another very, very value laden term. It is seen as popular literature is also called as genre fiction, and that is seen as like a negative term, but it is nothing more than a contract between a writer and the reader. The reader is expecting something, that horizon of expectations, and the writer has agreed to fulfill those expectations. So that is what genres are. They have emerged out of commercial considerations for marketing purposes, etc. So that is there, but that doesn't mean that they are completely fixed, or that doesn't mean that they are negative. They do contain ever changing and evolving subgenres. Even some of the genres, they vanish with the time if that readership is not there, or if the trend changes, and new genres also emerge. So westerns, they vanished in the recent time period, and the graphic novels have started gaining traction. So that is definitely there. So that flexibility, it's still there, even if popular fiction is genre fiction. So these 3 genres, mystery, graphic novels, and fantasy, I'll not be able to go in depth. I've chosen the other 3 genres for dealing with in depth, but mystery is one of those, we can say, original and very popular genres. Mystery is always, it is consistently one of those most popular genres. We have read a mystery. It is a very ephemeral genre, but yet at the same time, the readership of the mystery is very, very curious, because a lot of the times very logical people, very respected sort of people, they like indulging into mystery. Of course, mystery with time has changed into thrillers and suspense novels, and then somewhere definitely that connotation or that vibe has changed. Then next up we have graphic novels. Again, graphic novels, very, very technically, it is a form of literature rather than exactly a genre of literature, but definitely it has also created its own space in the market. And especially with the declining reading span and declining reading taste, somewhere graphic novels can be a great way for somebody to enjoy popular fiction. Then fantasy is one of those genres which is actually currently enjoying a revival with the shows like Game of Thrones or even the other adaptations like the Lord of the Rings adaptation, etc. We are definitely seeing a resurgence in the genre. So that is definitely there, and it does deal with certain aspects beyond pure enjoyment. A lot of the times, fantasies are information heavy. They include a lot of the cultural context if you just read them right, and they are very energy intensive but entertaining endeavor as well. So these genres, unfortunately, I'll be wrapping up in short because I want to devote more time to these next three genres under popular fiction. First one is a romance. Romance is oftentimes academically a very neglected sort of a genre because it is awkward to talk about, and sometimes it is dismissed because of the female connection that it shares. But at the same time, that is why I would like to start with the romance genre, because it does have its own complexities. So oftentimes the romance plot is seen as very simple, that there is a girl, there is a boy, they meet, they fall in love, there is some barrier, and then they resolve that barrier, and then they get to enjoy their happily ever after. But at the same time, romance books have been written for so many years, they are continuing being written, and they are all following the formula, yet all of them are different stories. So definitely there is a lot of adaptability to this formula that is there. There is a definitely a lot of creativity that the writer can bring in if they want to write a good romance. Oftentimes, romance novels are also trashed because of their prose. But writing about emotions or writing about certain aspects of relationships, it is very difficult task which the romance writers have been managing fabulously. They come from a lot of cultures where these things are not even discussed. We also come from a culture where emotions or other aspects of relationships are not talked openly about. So imagine the task that these romance writers have in front of them when they have to write an entire novel which focuses on those very aspects. So it is a genre definitely which caters more to women, but now I think we are seeing that shift a little bit, wherein the boundaries of romance are opening up a little bit, but it is still a very empowering genre and emotional genre also for women. And I don't mean either of these labels in any negative sense. Um, Nowadays it has become like a very international industry. You have the multicultural romances, you have LGBTQIA plus representation, you have different number of subgenres, you have the cultural identity being given preference, etc. So definitely romance is still maintaining its strong position in the popular fiction space. In fact, romance is also one of those genres which does rely significantly on self-publishing. It relies on platforms like Kindle Unlimited to reach its readers, and it does find that demand there. It does somewhere have that avenue available to itself. So these are some of the writers as well as some of the recent books which can give us an indication of exactly what is going on in the romance world. So Red, White, and Royal Blue, it was a book, and then it got turned into a movie, and it is about homosexual relationships. So definitely, we are seeing a lot more representation in romance about different kinds of relationships. Then we have these writers like Emily Henry, Abby Jimenez, Ali Hazelwood, who are writing contemporary romances in most of the cases, but their specialty or somewhere why people are connecting to their writing is because I mean they are still using the same formula. They definitely are writing romances, but they are showing us that exactly what it means to live in this modern world as an independent woman and then deal with the challenges of love lives, etc. They do tackle some of the other issues as well. That ability has always been there in the romance genre, but oftentimes it gets overlooked. Then romantasy is one of the, we can say, subgenres of romance as well as fantasy, which is also enjoying a lot of readership right now. A lot of people are specifically seeking out romantasy, and a lot more publications of romantasies are happening. Then, due to somewhere the craze of Bridgerton and the other shows, etc., historical romance is also enjoying a sort of resurgence right now. And definitely in the YA sphere also, we are seeing a lot more books are getting recognized or they are getting turned into adaptations. So this is a very brief overview of the recent trends in romance. Unlike the other speakers, I am more focusing on the very recent trends, because when it comes to popular literature, somewhere even the trends 10 years ago can expire, or they can somewhere become very outdated very quickly. So I'm trying to confine my discussion to even more recent trends, so that the discussion can be even more accurate. Then the next genre which I would like to draw your attention to is the science fiction genre. So science fiction, it is often considered as that very ambitious genre. A lot of the serious writers have their dreams of publishing science fiction. It also grapples with a lot of those philosophical questions, what it means to be a human being, or what is exactly the purpose, the meaning, etc. of human existence. So definitely in that sense, it is one of the most literary genres of popular literature. It does deal with science. It is all about the science, the impact of science, the permeation of science into the life of people. So that is why we have the term. But there are also science fiction books out there which you may not even realize are science fiction. So, for example, they may just be using a certain trope of time travel, or they may just be using some inconsistency which almost feels like a magic, and then the entire story can be about something different. But therefore they also fall in science fiction. So science fiction, many a times we have a very set image that science fiction has to involve spaceships, it has to involve futuristic technology and whatnot, but science fiction can also look very different. Then why do people read science fiction somewhere? They read it because it fosters that sense of wonder. So it is something which allows us to call into question our critical faculty. So this is somewhere we can say the best example where popular literature doesn't always only have to be about entertainment. Of course, entertainment is very important when it comes to popular fiction, but it can also call into question your critical faculties, your creative faculties, and science fiction definitely makes you think quite a lot. It opens that door into the reader's mind. Nowadays, somewhere science fiction is slightly out of favor. We still have Dune, we still have other shows, etc., which are being made. We still have some great science fiction writers who are writing, especially in the eastern side or out of African countries, etc. We are definitely seeing that, and the academic writings on science fiction works, they are also definitely thriving. But fantasy is currently enjoying that privilege because it is seen as more accessible somewhere genre. So that is science fiction. Then next up, I would like to talk a little bit about the horror. It is one of those genres somewhere which is definitely on the lower lungs of the popularity ladder of popular fiction. So I'll read this quote from Peter Straub, which talks about what exactly horror fiction is all about. So horror stories are about engagement, about actual experience instead of simulated or false experience. It's about discovering one's ability to feel in certain ways and deepening and widening one's emotional experience by that means. Unease is never not worth experiencing. Unease is genuinely perceptive, accurate response to the underlying structures of the universe. I don't think we are safe. I don't think the world cares about us. So that is the feeling that you're supposed to get out of horror fiction. A lot of people chase this particular feeling, this particular experience, and that is why horror genre has continued to exist. Of course, it also depends on one of the primal emotions that human beings have, that is fear and anxiety, and that is also why somewhere it has been there and it will probably continue. So in horror, we have supernatural horror, we have also psychological horror. Supernatural horror, most of us are very familiar with, but psychological horror also definitely can give you a very unique experience. So this is a genre that is defined effectively in terms of what is the reaction it is supposed to generate out of the audience. And definitely in horror, we have certain tropes, we have certain themes and figures, for example, monsters, haunted house, etc. Yet at the same time, it will be a mistake to discount horror fiction purely because of that. Horror fiction has its own pleasure, and that pleasure somewhere comes out of the experience of anticipation of terror, the mixture of fear and exhilaration, the opportunity to somewhere feel in control while you are actually reading about something very, very dangerous. You get that sense of relief when the danger is past. And definitely somewhere it can be a way of emotional regulation. It can give you that we can say a very enriching emotional experience. And of course in horror oftentimes we do have complex themes of for example violence, suffering, morality, etc. So definitely that is also there underlying. We also have the cultural undercurrents in a lot of horror. So horror, it is the genre which reminds us of our vulnerability. It somewhere definitely something which worth experiencing. It is definitely that sort of experience, and oftentimes the stories keep you at the edge of the seat, and you definitely can be very, very entertained. In the horror, we have certain names which have been enjoying that privileged position. So Stephen King is still undoubtedly the king of horror, though his recent works somewhere have been taking a more philosophical tone. But we do have upcoming other writers also like Grady Hendrix, Nick Cutter. Grady Hendrix is especially known for like injecting that humor into horror, which has been there. Again, it is one of the subgenres of horror, but somewhere Grady Hendrix is reviving that genre. Then Nick Cutter, he writes body horror related works, and again, that is also one of the subgenres which is on the rise in the recent times. So oftentimes when we are making certain judgments about popular literature, we have a certain idea of what a popular literature is. For example, if you ask anybody who is spending time on Instagram, booktube, etc., they know that oh, popular literature are those dark romance novels, or they are like these kind of works which are very shallow, superficial, etc. But popular literature is vaster than that. It has number of genres, it has a number of different we can say contexts. It can be used in a variety of very, very innovative ways in the hands of good writers. And yes, popular literature also has a number of good writers. So that according to me is somewhere reason enough that we should not discount this entire field so very quickly out of the hand. Of course, nowadays in universities, etc., you do have courses on popular fiction, but at the same time, somewhere the same prestige they do not enjoy, or somewhere the same depth is not accorded to the realm of popular literature. So definitely, I feel that popular literature is significant because it does have variety. If you are just willing to step into the genre of your choice, you will find a lot more variety out there. Get out of your comfort zone somewhere, try to explore more. It does have that complexity also. A lot of the good popular fiction, of course, it's a very big sea, and it can be a little bit difficult to find those gems, but that doesn't mean that they are not there. Then of course popular literature is all around us and so many people are reading it, so definitely it does matter. So accordingly somewhere that is my conclusion. uh, so that is it. I hope I have not taken any additional time. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I've tried to give fit in as much as I could, but thank you so much to the Literary Club.
Thank you for such a stimulating session, ma'am. It was a wonderful session indeed. Now I would like to request the chairperson Pratima ma'am to take over the session, providing her observations and guiding us through the Q&A interaction.
Yeah, thank you so much. I hope I'm audible,
Yes,
Sanjana.
ma'am.
Am I audible? Yeah,
Yes,
sorry
ma'am.
because due to net issue, I won't be able to be available on the video. Sorry for that. First and foremost, I would like to extend my warm greetings to Professor Prashant Sinha, sir. Sir, it's an honor and privilege to share this session with you. Thank you so much to the organizers, and my greetings to all the participants also. Thank you for this opportunity. But before I go to my concluding remarks, I think we were supposed to take Q&A. So do you want first to go for Q&A, and then I'll give my concluding remarks? You can take a call. Hello, was I clear? Was I
Yes.
audible?
Yes.
Yes, madam, you are audible.
Yes, ma'am
So
is asking if
anyone?
we should have the Q&A first.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
think if there are any questions, ma'am is permitting us to go ahead with questions.
Yes.
Yes, Harvin, you've raised your hand. You may please unmute yourself.
Okay, good
Okay,
evening,
good
everyone.
evening,
This
everyone.
question
This
is for
question
Siddhi
is for
ma'am.
Siddhi ma'am.
Ma'am, as
Ma'am,
you had
as you had
just
just
mentioned that
mentioned that
according to
according to
QD
QD
Lewis,
Lewis,
popular
popular
fiction is a
fiction is a
threat to
threat to
literary
literary
standards.
standards.
But
But
like we
like
have
we have
canons
canons
in
in
classical
classical
literature,
literature,
so do
so do
popular
popular
fiction
fiction
and
and
popular
popular
literature
literature
have
have
their
their
own
own
canons, like
canons,
in the
like in the
comic books.
comic books.
So,
So,
as you
as you
said, that
say,
we
that
should
we
not
should not
just
just
disregard the
disregard the
whole
whole
genre of
genre of
popular
popular
literature.
literature.
But
But
is it
is it
like
like
is
is
QD
QD
Lewis's
Lewis's
comment
comment
still
still
relevant in
relevant
this
in this
day and
day and
age?
age?
I think definitely it is still relevant. Probably we have become a little bit more aware about the complexity that is there in popular fiction, but I don't think yet somewhere we have tapped into the full power of popular fiction. I think there is still scope there where we can improve or we can further study the different works as well as the impact of those works on the society and the overall literature. It is still categorized under popular literature. It is a separate study rather than we just calling it as literature. So I think that's also where we can see that that distinction still exists there, and definitely there is a hierarchy there. So accordingly, yes, definitely from that time, the situation is slightly better, I would say. In certain cases, a lot better in universities, etc. But still, the overall perception of popular literature can definitely increase, or it definitely can shift for the better.
Uh, can I now say a few things? Although I've been taking a lot of time, I hope I'm audible now.
Yes, sir,
Yes.
you're clearly audible.
Okay, I've got a few observations, come comments, and they can be addressed either to Doctors uh, Malya or to Ms. Siddhi Lonkar. The first observation is that I have several things to say. So I'll say them one by one and then you can take over. Nobel Prize earlier, in fact, till 1960s, was essentially anti-communist. And since then it has become basically pro Third World. I'll just give a few examples of the the writers who did not get Nobel Prize were Henry Gibson. He died in 1906. That is 5 years after the institution of the award. Emile Zola, he died in 1902. Maybe we can delete him because he died 1 year after the award. D.H. Lawrence, who died in 1930, and Anton Chekhov, who died in 1904. So at least all these writers did not get the Nobel Prize. At that time, the whole idea was to discourage writers who were essentially not pro-capitalist. I do want to mention a snag here. Unfortunately, the Nobel Prize says literature of an idealistic kind, which gives them a lot of leeway to discourage writers they don't like. Then I want to mention one Indian writer who has been deliberately downgraded, who I think, it's a very, very eccentric opinion, is as good as Salman Rushdie. I mean, Vikram Seth. I think A Suitable Boy is as good as any Salman Rushdie novel. But then because he doesn't belong to the illiberal left, sorry, I'm using the word illiberal left, he has been discouraged. Then I want to mention that uh, sorry, Indian female writers were not generally encouraged by the Booker Prize. The Booker Prize also was a very highly political kind of organization. Then coming a little closer, I want to make my most important point, which is that uh, the distinction between popular and high literature is essentially a phenomenon from 1890s onwards. Think about the greatest novelists of the 19th century: Charles Dickens, Leo Tolstoy, uh, Victor Hugo, uh, someone who was not as great as these three, but still a classic, Alexander Dumas. Weren't they all extremely popular writers, as good as any popular writer of the 20th century? I'll entirely blame the modernists, starting with T.S. Eliot onwards, for this kind of a cleavage. Sorry, I use that word. This kind of distinction between popular writing and literary writing, because a great number of literary writers were popular writers, and it is actually a cleavage that began in the Romantic age. The great Romantic writers were often outsiders. That was not the case earlier. If I may quote from my very favorite novel, my great favorite novel, which many of you may have read, Catch 22. Remember, there was a discussion about T.S. Eliot. One general who didn't like another general uh, picked up the phone and said, T.S. Eliot. And they all began in kind of inquiry, what happened? The question was, tell me the name of one writer who writes poetry and makes money by it. And this general said T.S. Eliot. The other general had never heard of him. So I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Then the answer was given by a clerk, private first clerk, who said T.S. Eliot. The generals hadn't heard of him. Then one general called a staff conference. Who is T.S. Eliot? What is T.S. Eliot? They agreed it is a German code. Then the general had a twinkle in his eye. Give me the phone. He picked up the rival general, T.S. Eliot. Again, there was a staff conference, and nobody knew who T.S. Eliot was. Could this ever happen to Shakespeare? Could this ever happen to Charles Dickens? Could this ever happen to Victor Hugo? There was no question. So I think in many ways, Eliot onwards are responsible for this division. Let's go back to classic Marxist theories. Sorry, I shouldn't forget his name. The great Marxist critic.
Raymond Williams?
No. He wrote in 1940s and 50s. He talked about the classical. I'm really ashamed of my memory.
Walter Benjamin, the German.
No, even before him. No, you talked about critical realism and praised it. He praised critical realism, and he denounced, certain writers. And at one time, very great Marxist critic,
Lewis.
Lewis,
no,
F.R. Lewis?
No, Lucas. The one who was also a Hungarian minister. I think
Georgi Lucas.
Yeah. Lucas, I think, makes a distinction between the real Marxists, critical realism, and this kind of thing. And he condemns these writers. And I must say, Lucas showed remarkable Catholicity. He is not a left illiberal, he is a left liberal. When Lucas praised writers like Walter Scott. See, Walter Scott was certainly not a leftist, but Lucas praised him. He talked about critical realism. He praised Balzac. I'm sorry it took me several minutes to remember his name. See, but since I'm approaching King Lear's age, the memory lapses are likely to happen. So, there was this writer pointing out the flaw in modernism. And modernism tried to be elitist. And I'm sure modernism is to blame for what has happened. And after that, it will become more and more elitist. Samuel Beckett is enjoyable on the stage, but if you read, a play like Endgame, it's oppressive. I never enjoyed teaching Endgame. I would much rather teach anything by Bertolt Brecht. And Brecht, again, is not a Marxist illiberal. He is a liberal Marxist. So obviously, all that is different. Now, let's also observe that I'm so sorry, I'm making a speech. A lot of trends that emerged in popular writing had their seedbeds in earlier literature. Think of romances. Then we have A Scarlet Letter by Hawthorne. And that certainly was a romance. Think about, I'm happy that Professor Malia referred to Marcel Proust, Remembrance of Things Past. That obviously could be seen as a predecessor to autofiction. There's another, there's another, one minute, I'll finish in a minute. There's another view that autobiography is not scientific. Autobiography is not biography. Autobiography is a work of imagination. And therefore, we can't think about significance, significant truth in autobiography. So actually, the majority of genres had their seedbed in earlier novels. Think of detective fiction. Henry James, The Turn of the Screw. Isn't that detective? Doesn't that have supernatural? Think of science fiction. Brave New World, H.G. Wells's novels, George Orwell, 1984. I'm so sorry, I have gone much beyond my scope by giving a brief lecture, but I hope this time Parth will excuse me.
No, since this is the last session of the day, sir, you can take your time.
Both Malia and Siddhi answer my questions.
There are hands raised from Madge sir and Dr. Monali Chatterjee.
Shall we let Malla sir first reply to sir's comments, and then maybe we can take up questions?
Okay. Thank you, sir, Professor Sinha, for a very, I think that's the advantage of age. You are able to see from a perspective which can only come with years of experience. So thank you for trying all those threads together that I was also alluding to. Of course, when you mentioned communism or anti-communism as a probably a factor in the screening of the Nobel Committee, I was immediately reminded of Alexander Solzhenitsyn and Boris Pasternak.
Yes.
And of course, they were hounded out of Russia, Soviet at that point. It has, the Nobel Peace Committee, for example, which is a different committee based in Norway, as you obviously know, was also blocked 3 times by the US when they were considering awarding it to Gandhi. So and it was released. It was called MK Gandhi versus USA. 3 times they opposed it, and I've never looked into it in detail, but maybe I should look into the details as to what the written justification was at that point. Because if it was the UK, I would have still understood, but the USA, it's interesting to say the least. I think you have largely caught the drift towards what I was looking at, which is classical realism and its situation today. One of the most, I think, prominent critics of our times, and he's still alive, thankfully. His name is James Wood, writes for the New Yorker, and he's also a professor of practice, I believe, or professor of literary criticism in Harvard for the last few years. It was actually his intervention in late 1999 and 2000 when this sort of tide turned from mainstream dominance of postmodern literature towards whatever we have now. So he had published this very interesting piece on The Guardian, attacking Zadie Smith's first novel, which had just come out, and he was not attacking her. He was praising her in the sense of her literary merit, but about the purpose of literature in general. And it sort of gave a call for return of literature to believable, realistic aesthetics. And we have seen multiple reactions to that in the last 20 years. We have not gone back to 19th century realism, of course, but some of the heroes that James Wood mentions are the exact ones that Professor Sinha also mentioned. So
I went by Lukács.
Okay, no, he doesn't mention Lukács. He's looking at the novelists from the 19th century French canon. So Madame Bovary starts with mostly Madame Bovary, so Flaubert.
Yeah.
And so I mean, Lukács is also interesting because I had looked at him briefly during my PhD, his theory of the novel and then his historical novel, and there was a shift in his own work because I think the theory of the novel, which you were alluding to, is from
That is
1916. His early work,
yeah.
and historical novel, if I'm not mistaken, I mean I could be wrong, but I think it was in 1936, the original version. The
Yes.
English translations obviously came later.
Yes.
The shift was interesting because not just Lukács, most of the Frankfurt School theorists, the first generation Frankfurt School theorists, Adorno, Horkheimer,
Yeah.
Walter Benjamin, they were all great literary critics. They were many of them were Marxists, but
Yes.
they never allowed ideological blindness to sort of limit their assessment of literature.
Yes.
So they were, at one hand, able to understand the necessity of a social change and thinking of ways to bring that about. On the other hand, they also understood literature is a distinct form that becomes literature through certain processes. One of them is self-realization. Like, it is conceived to be an artifact. It is not a newspaper report. It is not a piece of non-fiction. And this self-awareness of literary writing is what is important. We cannot and then what became fashionable 30, 40 years later was the writer is dead, obviously. So the writer's view should not be considered. And Lukács or any most of this older generation of uh, uh, Frankfurt School writers did not do that. And I still go back to some of their old writings. I mean, beautiful prose, amazing. I mean, of course, I'm reading in translation, but this amazing sense of literature, this command of philosophy, the questions they're asking. I remember reading one short piece by Walter Benjamin on what is a classic fiction. I think it was on death. The idea, forgot the title. So he basically says, till the middle of the 19th century, all great literature centered around the idea of death. And he says, till about 70 years or so back, there was perhaps no house, perhaps no room where death had not occurred. Whereas now we have pushed away anything which is unpleasant out of sight, out of mind. These things happen in hospitals and have become just pieces of news rather than something people experience anymore. And that has transformed some of the metaphysical questions which literature earlier would raise, that only literature could raise. The meaning of life, larger questions. Um, they have so once you lose that, what do you have? Then you turn literature into just a political artifact to geared towards certain ends. I was briefly mentioned what writer I had forgotten the name. I looked it up. It's Janine Cummins. She's an American writer, and she wrote this book called American Dirt in 2020. And as long as she was believed to be a Mexican, the book was celebrated everywhere. Pains were written, you will still find them. The moment it came out that she's probably only fractionally Latina and like mostly white, the entire critical industry, if I would put it that way, turned on her. Did the writing change? No. Did the merit of the or the quality of a novel change? No. Why is it so important? I mean, why is it that if detailed research has been done, if the intentions are broadly right, why can't we even consider the idea that a realist fiction would include our ability to at least aesthetically, ethically go beyond our limitations, to reach out to other experiences, other people's, which was originally supposed to be the raison d'être of literature, right? So broaden our horizons. So in that sense, I mean, thank you. I mean, you didn't ask any questions as such. You just asked to comment. Thank you so much. I mean, even I really enjoyed listening to you. I mean, I think you were also there from my previous talk on theory a few months back.
Yeah,
Right?
and I must have said something unpleasant.
I remember listening to you back then as well. One last comment I would make about Vikram Seth. I had not mentioned him, but he is probably, apart from Amit Chaudhary, is the only other writer, and I would put him at a different league to even Salman Rushdie or Amitabh Ghosh. So Amit Chaudhary and Vikram Seth, these are writers in the old sense of the term. They're not writing keeping in mind of any grant proposals, award functions. In fact, Vikram Seth notoriously conducted a full-scale interview. He brought in 15 editors. He interviewed them. Like, what do you know about my poetry? They came to publish his novel, and he said, "What have you understood about my poetry? Only if you can convince me that you understand my poetry will I publish my novel with you." And that's how he selected his, first publisher. And I believe now probably Andrew Wiley is his agent. But
Yes.
but that's how he began, and it has always been difficult because he doesn't play the post-colonial game, and I believe he is gay, but he doesn't play that game either. So he wants to keep his. Uh, he believes in that old-fashioned idea that my literature will speak for me, and I shouldn't
Yeah.
have to limit myself into boxes. Of course, the boxes are important. I mean, you do need identities to be also foregrounded in literature. It's not to deny that, but nobody wants to be reduced to just one identity. We all have multiple identities. I mean, I don't want to be just this or that. I'm sure that's true for all of us. So, but yeah, having said that, thank you for mentioning Vikram Seth. So I think that gave me the sense that you really got to the crux of what I was hinting. So thank you for paying such close attention.
No, I read that novel from cover to cover.
Did you see the TV show that came out in 2020 by BBC?
No, unfortunately, I didn't.
It's by Meera Nair. Not a great adaptation, but very interesting one.
Yeah.
Six
there are
episodes.
Points at which the novel gets a little boring. For example, 3 pages long description how a shoe is made.
It's a massive
as links with Patna. I did my MA from Patna, BA, MA, and high school from that area. So Vikram Seth's mother, Leela Seth, practiced law there. And later she became a judge of the High Court. So Vikram Seth has links with Patna. And I do remember some of my close leftist friends from Kolkata, I wouldn't like to name them, denounced Vikram Seth, saying that no Bengali refers to his mother as Margot. I think it's inaccurate. That was the argument. See, because Kolkata, especially one famous college, very famous college, now called university, and another university have become, I should say, I'm trying to use a more polite word, centers of left-wing theory.
Yeah, I think I would. You have characterized it well, which is to say that political inclinations are quite natural, but they should not limit us to whatever the inclination is. Should not limit us to being able to access literature on its own merit, and that is a victim in this journey for the last few years, last decade.
True. If I might refer to a novelist who will be of interest to Siddhi, Dostoevsky. He wrote his greatest novel, Brothers Karamazov, to attack socialism. And I still call myself left of center, but that didn't deter me from admiring the novel. In fact, one of my former students, who is a committed Marxist, Rahul Pungalia, who was supposed to be a speaker, but he just refused to answer my phones at a certain time. He was doing his PhD with me at one time. He said he also reads at least a page or two of Brothers Karamazov every day. So obviously that is a novel written to attack anarchism and socialism, which had a tremendous impact on even a committed, practicing, activist Marxist and me. I call myself a centrist, but I keep myself open to literature written by people whose philosophies I don't at all like. Sorry, I'm not letting Siddhi speak. But Siddhi, because Dostoevsky's novels are examples of psychological horror, aren't they?
That is slightly debatable. I can even characterize them in thrillers in certain cases. They are that edge of the seat sort of novels. So definitely, that is why I started with what is popular literature, because that ambiguity is there. The writers that you mentioned, yes, they were immensely popular, and now we have played definitely that distinction is a new thing. So completely agree with your point, sir, that yes, that distinction has come in later, but now it is there to stay somewhere, and that should not be the case.
True.
Yes.
Dr. Madge must be very angry with my comments on T.S. Eliot, but let's see. He has been raising his hands for quite some time.
Yes, sir. Dr. Madge. Yeah.
Madge, sir, you need to unmute yourself.
I've always told Dr. Madge that Yeats was a much better poet than Eliot.
Yes.
That he hasn't liked at all.
And actually, I don't agree with that. But anyway, yeah, with both, I'll be very brief, and with Siddhi, we can talk later on, because as it is, the question answer has dragged on for a long time, and people want to get free now. So let me just first congratulate Samik for his very firm stand on literary transcendence. Literature does transcend, and no writer should be bound to a particular cultural setup or political setup. So that's a thing that I liked about his paper. Coming to Siddhi, I just wanted to know, in our days, there was no such term as popular fiction. That was the term that was popular was bestsellers. And naturally, I would be using that term. So I would like to know from you, how many bestsellers, how many popular fiction have you read? Because you didn't mention a single instance of a full-fledged novel. Like let me tell you, coming back to Agatha Christie, Perry Mason, James Hadley Chase, Harold Robbins, Frederick Fawcett, meaning I was young up to that time and then stopped reading those bestsellers. The last one was Desmond Bagley, and Luke Bloom, Frederick Fawcett, and these. So the distinction between the bestseller and the classic that we used to make was that with the bestsellers, once you know the story, once you turn the last page, well, the interest is over. There's nothing much that the bestseller has to tell you, sometimes. Or normally that happens. And with a classic, you go back to it again and again. No matter, we used to put it like this to balance the thing. We used to say all classics are bestsellers, but all bestsellers are not classics. That's the thing we are. And why it is so, why the distinction is made, why is it that popular fiction is looked down upon, is simply because of this. Most of the popular for literature that when we speak, it's mainly we refer to fiction. Now, if you go to E.M. Forster, Foster answers the question, what does a novel do? And his answer is a very sad, rueful one. The novel tells you a story, dear. Meaning, the novel does many other things as well besides telling the story, but the primary duty is to tell the story well. So, until he does that, nobody would look up to his page. The shining examples are, Dr. Sinha may not agree with me, Henry James and James Joyce. Even Virginia Woolf has something very drastic to say about James Joyce.
Well, I'm not an admirer.
Yeah, no, not Joyce. I'm talking of James.
Yeah.
Henry James. So that is so because to tell a story well, that is the primary duty, but the novel can do many other things. And what the bestseller does, or popular fiction, it stops at the story. The popular fiction may be very good, excellent storytellers, but they stop at that. And therefore, once we turn the last page of the novel, we don't go back to it. But with the classic, we go back to it again and again. Look at Pride and Prejudice, Emma, so many classics, Pickwick Papers and all that. So every time you go back to it, you discover something new there. That doesn't happen, let us say, with this. And the other thing was about the horrors,
Yeah.
I specifically, there is a novel which I think is the basis there, that is Bram Stoker's Dracula,
Yeah.
which
Okay.
Eliot also liked very much, and
Very
I
good.
also like very much.
Yeah.
And um, it's really meaning it's a classic of its own. It's not only a bestseller; it was a bestseller in its time, but it is a classic, and the film is no match to it. Many films have been made based on that story, but all those films, nothing comes anywhere close to that novel. Once I read the novel, then I understood the real appeal and the power of that novel. That's wonderful. And one of the fascinating figures, both for Eliot and me, from that novel is the vampire. It's a fatal, fatal attraction, but yes.
What do you think of Gone with the Wind? Would you call it a best or Gone with the Wind, Margaret Mitchell, or a romance
Yeah.
novel?
Yes, that's true. So that's all. But both the presentations were good, and we did, at least I did enjoy both of them. So thank you very much for your nice presentations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just give a very quick reply. I think Sinha sir also touched on that, and the same, that the seeds of all of these genres have come from the writings of the past. I did not refer to them because I was confining myself to the more recent times, but I
Yeah.
agree that a lot of these writers, they owe to these now turned classics, but in their own times,
Yes.
those were also part of popular fiction. So
Yes.
definitely thank you for bringing those writers up. I could not do
Yes.
so, but
Yes.
thank you so much.
Perry Mason, Agatha Christie. These are household names. At least they are
Yes.
Hercule Poirot, Sherlock Holmes, Perry Mason. These are household names, at least in my family.
Jeffrey Archer is there. Jeffrey Archer also, how much we read.
Yes, Jeffrey
And
Archer.
Irving Wallace and Jeffrey Archer, and these are my
Yes, absolutely.
Risham also, so many, that was a
Day
time
of
pass.
the Jackal, dogs,
We
yeah,
read
dogs.
because, there's something heavy we don't want, na, chal. Then you buy it in this thing, bulk, and then go on reading every day, and throw it away. So,
I know.
pick it up,
I
but
was in. I
I
was in.
Jeffrey Archer like anything, that those days, but anyway.
I was in SYBA, and carpetbaggers was banned in
Yes,
India.
correct,
But
correct.
my brother bought it from America, brought it here, and I
Yeah.
was able to read it among our friends.
Yeah.
But that's a wonderful novel. And the
Yeah,
narrative technique
yeah,
there,
based on it
put in
also.
Harold Robbins and 79 Park Avenue.
Hmm.
Wonderful. Not only bestsellers, but in technical terms also very significant works.
If I could just add one thing, which is since I started with the process of canonization,
Yes.
I was reminded that it took almost till 1955
Mm.
for the debate on Dickens and Hardy to settle in the academia. So till
Yes,
then, in the academia, people were not ready to accept them. They were still too popular.
Yes.
Canonized.
Yes.
So and Sherlock, I mean, sorry, Shakespeare himself was for both the brain and the brawn, as we all know. So
Yeah.
all successful literature, I would have to have a mass appeal to have survived, the era. If it is written for a very small crowd, its likelihood of survival is very, very little. So I guess only in hindsight we'll know who among these popular writers today will survive the test.
Yeah, exactly. That is what we have to answer.
Yeah.
That is what we have to see.
Classic.
Yes.
Also, I suspect it won't be Jeffrey Archer.
No, I know that. That's why I said when you were young or in college or school, then only you read. But you enjoy that. That time you enjoy. Each one you wait for this new one.
Yes. Cain and Abel, and yeah.
No, all of this is needed.
Yeah. Cain and Abel also was like that.
The mousetrap will survive, okay? I got that.
Yes.
The way, as a continuous run, isn't that so? The mousetrap?
Yes. There's a story about a London cabbie. A tourist doesn't pay him the tip. And as he goes to see the mousetrap, the cabbie shouts at him, "The inspector did it."
Is it still running?
I think so.
Okay.
Cast changes
Yeah.
and the backstage people change, but the text is there. The play is
It's been what, 70 years now?
uh,
Long time.
it's almost 100 years. Isn't it?
100 years? Okay.
Yeah, 100 years. Yeah.
Almost 100 years.
Yes.
More than 90 years.
Okay.
I think 90 years or so.
Yes, because in the novels we mainly see the Edwardian Georgian England. So it's almost 100 years.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Shall we conclude the session now? Parth, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello? Okay.
Yes, yes,
Yes,
yes, ma'am.
Yeah, well, it was indeed a literary feast, I must say, to listen to the stalwarts like Professor Prashant Sinha sir and Dr. Vijay Mate sir. Thank you so much for your observations and valuable inputs. Thank you, Dr. Samik Malda and Dr. Siddhi Lonkar, for your thoughtful guidance and for such enriching insights on the two very important and vibrant, ever-evolving topics. Thank you so much. I especially appreciate the many compelling examples shared by both of you, which brought theory into sharp focus and deepened the understanding of all the participants. And I'm sure that these discussions will surely resonate with all of us long after the conference. In fact, I would appeal to all the participants through this platform to, carry forward these reflections, all the discussions into your teaching as well as your research. Thank you once again to all of you, and thanks to organizers for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And I would like to thank everyone, Dr. Pratima Chavan, the chairperson, Professor Samik Malla, and Professor Siddhi ma'am, the panelists, and the very interactive audience we've had all day. We will meet tomorrow for the panel on Indian literature and translation at 10 o'clock a.m. Thank you so much for joining us. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we wish everyone to
Thank you,
join
ma'am.
by
Thank you, everyone.
55 so that we can begin at 10 sharp.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Pratima, ma'am. Thank you. So, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Park.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being there.